Okay, and we are back. Hopefully, we're not having issues. Yes. Okay, YouTube has picked it up. Very good. Okay, hopefully this will not continue to be fraught, but we're just going to take it from the top. Give me 1 sec, and we will rock and or roll. I'm not sure what the problems are today, but hopefully they do not persist. Chapter 14, On the Island. Now I came unto my senses, and did be in pain, and a great forgetfulness and bewilderment. And I strove that I rise, but did be held by a strange force, that did be surely my weakness, as I to know afterward. And I was upon my back, and a little sound did be near me, as that something did pant. And I turned my head very slow, because that I did so lack of strength. And lo, I saw that the maid did be anigh to me, and did be yet naked, and did pant, and pushed hard and desperate with a great pole, which did be surely that one which I had cut when that the Humpt Men came upon us. And therewith I remembered all, and perceived that I did be upon the raft, and the maid to push the raft along with the pole. And at that I made a little sound with my mouth, but the maid not to hear me, for she did look backward, as I should think, to the shore, and her face did be very set and anxious, and there to be a far noise of howling, that I knew to be the voices of the Humpt Men. And so to perceive that the maid had come unto her senses, and had gat me somewise to the raft, whilst that I did yet be swooned. And thus to save me ere the Humpt Men had come. But, in verity, how she did this thing I never to learn, neither she to know, but only that her love did give her a great and desperate strength, that she save me, that did be her man. And afterward mine own maid did tell me how that she had come into her senses, and did be there upon the earth, and somewhat did be upon her breast, and she saw that it was my head which did be heavy upon her, and I to be surely gone out from this life, for I was so still. And she came from under me, and did ease me out upon the earth, and her heart nigh brake, because that I was so bebled, and my blood to have stained all that did be near. But when she had gat me restful, she saw that I did surely live, and a great hope to spring in her heart. And oft, as she had eased me, she had looked about, and there did be naught to the sight, save the body of the Humpt Man anigh, and the others dead about, and upon the flat-topped rock, as you to mind. And she ran then very speedy to the raft, and brought water from the river in my headpiece, when she dashed the water upon me, but I to have no power to come unto my senses. And lo, in that moment she to know by some subtile telling of the spirit that there came some danger anigh, and she then to make that she save me, or that we die both of us together. And she strave with me, and did carry and draw me that weariful way unto the raft. And she gat me on to the raft, and she ran then for the pole that did be beside the rock. And whilst that she took the pole, she perceived her torn garments, that did be yet in the hands of the Humpt Man, even as she had slipped them to escape him. And she caught the garments very hasty from the hand of the man, and then ran to the raft, and she pushed the raft out from the shore, and leaped aboard. And behold, as she made to use the pole, there came a sound out of the wood, and there ran from the wood the 2 Humpt Men that did yet live, and they to have tracked her, after that she did run from them, and they ran downward to the shore, very silent and intent upon her, but she to work with an utter despair, and to have the raft a good way out, ere they did become. And surely they either to have no power of swimming, or to know that there did be a dread in the water, for they made not to come after, but did stand and stare very stupid, and afterward to howl. And this howling I did hear when that I was come unto myself upon the raft, as you do know. And by this telling you to be so wise as I, for more I know not, save odd things that I did learn afterward, that did but set my love more wholly unto mine own maid, and these to have been but small matters of love thoughts that we did have together, and scarce clear unto my remembering. Hello, Frank Misers, thanks for tuning in. And lo, even as I harked unto the howling of the Humpt Men, the sound did grow more faint and far off, for the maid worked very desperate with the pole. And I did feel that I would help her, but yet was so alack. And surely, even as I did mean to rise, I was gone again utter from my senses, and that dear naked one did pilot me safe and loving unto the safe harbouring of the little island, that you do mind, and had no thought unto herself, but only that she save me. And I to be there, scarce offward from my death, and to have no knowing of aught, and no more power to help or to be a shield unto mine own, but did be only an helpless man, that had surely died, save for the care of my beloved. Yet did I fight a good fight, and have alway a great joy in the remembering. Now, I mind nothing very clear after this for a great time, but only of pain and weariness, and of half-wakings, and times when I did know naught, and others when that I did be awake, yet did have no realness, either in myself or in any land or place, and all to come back strange and vague, yet with a constant knowing that there went love about me, and a great and gentle watchfulness, so that I was eased when that the black mists of my weakness did uprise about me to swamp me, and I was made to know hope, when that unknown despairs did live stealthy within me. And lo, there came a time when I waked, and did be freed of uncertain burdenings and peculiar woes, and that still haze through which great achings did come constant upon me. And surely I was laid very nice upon somewhat that did be soft, and there went a sweet quietness about me, and an healthful drowse did grow in my bones. An healthful drowse. He is drowsing healthfully. And slowly I perceived that the maid did kneel beside me, and did look upon me with so great a love and gladness that it did be as that I drank in health and a drowsy joy and peace. And surely she stooped and kissed me with an utter gentle love upon my mouth, and her tears to go sweet upon my face, and truly I kissed her again with an utter content. And she took my head in the comfort of her arm, and gave me somewhat that I drink, and when I had drunk she kissed me once again, so light as that a pretty wind did blow hushed upon my lips. And my head she made easy, and lo, I was gone over unto sleep, even as she tended me. And thrice do I mind that this to happen, and at the third time I knew that my strength was come something into me again, and I moved my hand a little, this way and that, and she to know that I did need her to hold my hand, and she to do this, and I to go into sleep again, even while that I looked sleepy, yet with all my love into her eyes. And when I waked for the fourth time, I did whisper that I loved her, and surely she broke into a sudden weeping, and did hold my hand very dear against her breast. And when I waked for the fifth time, I to know how things did be about me, and that I did lie naked in the cloak, and did be all bandaged about my body, and the bandages, as I did know afterward, did be from the torn garments of the maid. And I looked at the maid, and knew that she did be dressed again, and did be in the garments that I did give her, as you to mind, which did be that one, and the inner, that the Humpt Man tore from her, and which she had slipped, that she escaped from the man. And afterward I found that she had made a very cunning mend of the garments, whilst that she did sit so utter long beside me to tend me, for she had gotten threads from her torn garments, and had made needles from thorns that did grow on the little bushes of the island. And the thorns did break oft, and she then to have another, and so to persist 100 times. And this way she did be dressed very nice and dainty. And mine own maid perceived how that I looked with interest at her, and did mind, very natural, how that I last to have seen her, and she then to blush gently, and did kiss me, that she have her pretty face something from mine eyes. And truly I to wish the more that I be strong, that I kneel in a glad reverence unto her, for this way did be my love, and ever so, and you likewise that have truly loved. Now I did begin that I grew very steady unto my strength again, and mine own maid did tend me alway, and she gave me a broth of tablets and the water at set times by the telling of my timepiece. And oft she washed me, and did change the bandages, and did wash and dry the bandages, that she used them over again, for we did be so lacking for such matters, as you to know. And on the 5th day I was come utter to ease, and did be wondrous happy, and mine own to make pretty talk unto me, but had me to be alway quiet, because that I did be yet so weak. And on the 6th day I to be let answer mine own, and to say how great I did love her, to which mine eyes had said alway, while that I did lie in silence. And I to be assured by the maid that she did be in health and recovered, but indeed I saw that she was gone very thin, and that her eyes did be weary, even while that they had so great a love and gladness to me. And I made mine own to bring her tablets by me, as she did alway, and when that I had kissed them, she to have eat and drunk, I bade her to make me the broth ready, and when she had made the broth, I asked that the discos be set anigh to me, and afterward I bid her to my side, and had her to lie by me, and I took her pretty head upon mine arm, and told her that she to lie thus, and to sleep, and to have no fear that she weary me, for that I to be but the more rested to have her so beside me. And she in the first to trouble that she be too heavy for mine arm. But truly I showed that my strength was something come back to me, for I pressed her gentle unto me, and she then to nestle content, and to be gone into an utter sleep, and to have been in a sore need of the same. And mine own did sleep for 12 great hours, and had scarce any life in all that time, save when once she did make a little and gentle moaning, and did afterward set her pretty face more nigh to me in her sleep. And surely I had neither weariness nor lonesomeness, but did lie with an utter content, and did look downward upon the maid, where she did sleep in the hollow of mine arm, and truly she did be most wondrous lovely and dainty, and the goodness of her face did seem as that it made an holiness about my heart, so that my spirit was uplift in a quiet and a constant glory of love. And I drank a part of the broth at the 3rd hour, and at the 6th hour, and at the 9th hour, when that I finished it. And my right arm did be free to this purpose, and to the discos, and surely I did twice and thrice set my hand upon that great weapon, as to a true comrade, and in verity I could think the weapon did know and did love me. And this thinking to be because I did be so uplift, as I have told, yet truly the discos did be a strange and wondrous thing, and did be alway thought to have an oneness with the man that did use it. And in the 12th hour the maid awoke sudden, and came upward out of mine arm, all in a sweet haste, that she know that I did be well. And she did be eased wondrous, when that she saw how I laughed with a quiet joy, but to see her dear eyes, and her pretty trouble. Yet did she be in reproach to herself, when that she looked to find how the hours had passed. But indeed I did make a mocking sternness with her, and forbade that she even to say one little word more upon this matter, but to be glad that I did be so utter happy, and she likewise. And truly, when I had said this, that impudent maid did set her little fist against my nose, and to threaten me. And in verity I laughed so hearty that the maid did be in fear I should set my wounds again to bleed, and did reproach herself again, but in truth I came to no harm. And when that I could speak, I asked the maid whether that there had been brothers to her, because that she did play so natural. And this I asked, not thinking, and lo, in a moment I perceived my own thoughtlessness, but said not, save to take the hand of mine own, that she know utter that I did not be heartless. And she to nod very quiet, and afterward kissed my hand, and slipped from me. And I knew that she was gone a little way off, lest she weep, and I did be in trouble for her, and for mine alackness. But truly I could do naught, only that I called very gentle unto her. And she to return soon, and did smile loving and cheerful upon me, but indeed I saw that she covered her weeping, whilst that she had made me new broth. Yet, before I would take the broth, I would have her to mine arms, and she to submit very glad and happy, but to keep her pretty weight from me, lest she hurt my woundings. And afterward we both to eat, and be happy in glad talk. And presently I did sleep, but would have her to be nigh to me, even though she did be wakeful, and so we to be utter content together. Now the 7th day, as it might be called, was a wondrous happy time, and when I waked, the maid did be a-sleeping as a child to my side, and her face nestled against me. And she to waken in a moment, for thus she drowsed and watched through all the hours, whilst that I had slept. And we then to eat and to drink together, after that mine own had made me easy with a gentle washing and care. And I now to be allowed that I have my tablets whole, and the water afterward, as when that I did be well, and this to please me, as you shall think, for I did ache that I be strong, very speedy, that I have power to guard mine own maid again, and to go forward with our journeying, that I have the maid unto the safeness of the mighty pyramid, and surely, now that I had my tablets whole, I to feel that I did grow near unto fitness again, and moreover, they did satisfy my hunger the better than the broth. And the maid to give me my tablets oft, so that I eat a great many, and I did make her to count, and surely there did be sufficient, if that I get strong pretty quick. And so I made no refusing of the tablets, for I did need them, that I make blood again within me, else should I be lacking, when that there came any need anigh. And we kissed each the tablets of the other, and did drink from the same cup, and did be utter happy, and did be part like children, but also to be man and maid. And presently the maid did shift my bandages, as alway, and washed me proper, and had me into comfort. But she did keep me alway very low lying, and truly I scarce to mind, for I was not gotten enough of my strength to give me to feel irked. And further, as you shall think, there did be that lovely one with me alway, and did make sweet quips unto me, and talked and did laugh, and oft did come into singing, for she did be so sweetly joyed that I was in life, and did mend so proper. And afterward she went off from me a little to her toilette. But I to ask that she be so swift as might be, and she to promise very merry, and she came back in a little while, and her hair to be in a lovely cloud about her shoulders, and her pretty feet yet to be bared from her bath, which she had in a pool beyond some bushes. And she to say that I did be so impatient a man, that she to be forced that she do the half of her dressing with me, but truly she came this wise only because she to know how I did delight in her thus, and to watch the way that she set up her abundance of hair, and she to be hungry also that she be with me, and to love me that I watch her, and even while that there did be oft a little and quaint stirring of shyness in her dear heart. And I had her to come beside me, and to sit anigh to my hand, and I made presently that I did scold her, because that she had no proper care to her pretty feet, and I bid her to set her feet toward me, that I look the more close at them. And she to be a pretty rogue, and did think I'm to mean to kiss them, and truly not to think alway wrong. Oh, God. She was like, he's gonna kiss my feet again. She was right. Where were we? I'm going to take that one from the top. And I had her to come beside me, and to sit anigh to my hand, and I made presently that I did scold her, because that she had no proper care to her pretty feet, and I bid her to set her feet toward me, that I look the more close at them. And she to be a pretty rogue, and did think I to mean to kiss them, and truly not to think alway wrong. But I then to have another planning, for I had plucked a hair very sly from her head, and she but to have said an "Oh" to me, and to have thought no more. But indeed, when that she gave her feet to me, I held them so strong as I might, and I bound her pretty toes together with the hair, and surely she did be a captive unto me, and we to laugh, as that we to be as though we to be both children. And afterward she stole back her feet from me, but in verity I knew that she had a wondrous heed that she brake not the fair hair that bound her. But in verity I knew that she had a wondrous heed that she brake not the hair that bound her, but did sit beside me bound in that pretty way, but yet to hide from me that she did not break the hair. And she then to do her hair upon her head, very lovely, and afterward I put up my hands, and took it down again, and she then to kiss me, and to ask how that she should ever have it proper upon her head, if that I did always so tease her. And she then to take her hair, and did set the abundance of it upon both sides of my face, and then to kiss me, as I did look up at her, from out of so much beauty. Oh, Blueberry Pie, long time no see. Welcome. And afterward she cut a lock of my hair, and a lock from her own dear head, and she did plait the two locks together, so that our hair did blend and be together, and afterward she hid it in her bosom. But I did be then out of content, and would have done likewise, only that it did so weary me to uphold my hands. And she to cut a second lock from my head, and a second tress of her own most lovely hair, and she made me to kiss the hair that did be from her, and she then to kiss the hair that did be from me, and afterward she did plait them together, and gave them to me. And I set the hair, for that time, under the great bandage that went over my heart, and truly she did be then the one that lacked content. And truly she did be the one that lacked content, for she to say that the second plaiting did be kissed, and the first to lack, but I to refuse to exchange, so that we made up a quarrelling, and did presently have to be kissed unto forgiveness. And truly, have you not likewise known such glad foolishness, when that you were in the love days? And she then to make me to be quiet, and to keep my hands downward from her hair, because that the uplifting did prove overmuch to me. And she took my great hands then, and did threaten how dreadful she use me, if that I be not humble. And truly I said that I did be an humble man, and she then to hold my hands with but one small one, and surely her hand did be so small that she not able to hold me, save by the thumbs. And she then with her free hand to cover mine eyes, so that I might not see, and whilst that she did hold me thus so utter helpless, she to kiss me very dainty and impudent upon the mouth, and afterward she loosed me, and did be demure. And we did be then silent a space, and presently I put forth my hand, that did be very great, yet to be gone white, and to tremble, because that I did so lack utter of blood. And the maid to know what I did mean, and she clenched her hands into 2 fists, and set them both into my one hand, and surely they did be little fists. And I then to be happy, for this did be a wondrous pleasure alway unto me, and she to have her lids a little downward upon her eyes, and to be quietly happy. And truly, how I mind it all so plain. And afterward I did plague her very gentle, so that she to be all alack, if that she did try to use her hands to aught, because that they did be so small. And she in a moment to have her 2 arms very dear about my neck, and to kiss me with an utter love and tenderness upon the mouth, and afterward went from me, lest that she have me to overset myself. And I did then to make her to sit by me, and I did tell her a tale how that a young man did once live in the olden days, and did meet with the one maid upon all the earth. That's all caps. All starts with all caps. One maid upon all the earth. Not in all caps, but every starting letter is in caps. Sorry. It is a proper title. And how that they loved and did be married, and she to die, and of the utter and desperate madness of grief that nigh destroyed the man, and how that he sudden to wake into the future of the world, in a new time, and did come to learn that his own did also to live in that time. And he then to make that he find her, and did truly come unto her, and how she did be different in her beauty, but yet to be utter lovely. And the man did hold an utter reverence to the maid, that had been his wife in the olden dream days, so that his reverence of love did live in him like a constant pain and anguish of sweetness and trouble, and of holy thoughts that did be bred of her lovely companionship, and of his memories. 1 sec, I've got a bot here that I'm banishing to the nether realm. I'll send you to the Netherlands. Bop. Old, it's a reference to, the old crab stick subs for, Metal Armor Dragonar. There's a villain named Gunjem, and he is in a giant robot, and he says, I'll send you to the Netherlands. In those crabstick subs, which are very bad, but are being updated to be actually legible now. Crabsticks being, usually, either Hong Kong or very, very low effort subtitles. So named after the infamous, crab stick of Dr. Hell from Mazinger Z, with its batch of Hong Kong subs from way back in the day. This has been your history lesson. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes, and of his memories, ellipsis. But, in truth, I gat not further in the tale than this, for mine own did have come sudden into weeping, and had gotten to her knees, and did hold my hand against her breast, and did put her hand gentle upon my lips. And in a moment she to whisper somewhat through her tears, and there to be dear motherhood within her face, and a sudden shining of memory in her eyes, that had been near dreadful, only that it did seem to be to her as that she were part dreaming. And the strange and solemn pain did come also unto me through the part-open gateways of my memory, and I to remember very clear and with an anguish in that moment. And I told mine own how that the babe had gone onward, after that the beloved had died, and there did be then an utter quiet upon us. And lo, sudden the maid did bend unto me, and I to take her into mine arms, out of the vague dreamings of her memory dreams. But ere she did become outward entire from the haze of the past, she to try to set somewhat into words concerning this memory vision of the babe, but some ways to be strangely dumb. And I did be silent likewise, because of all those things that did be between us forever and forever. And presently she kissed me, and was herself again, and she went from me to attend unto our food. Now that did be a truly lovely day, for I to have gat sufficient of strength that I did be able to have interest, and talk with mine own maid, and she now to be well rest, and to have ease in her dear heart concerning me. And surely we oft to laugh, and did make jests utter glad and foolish. And indeed I do mind how that I asked mine own an olden puzzle, that did come out of the vagueness of my memory dreams. And she to be like a person that doth hear a strange familiar thing, and lo, sudden she to say, as that she gat knowledge from beyond eternity, that it did be when that he was a little hoarse. And you to know the jest, and to have troubled it oft at school, but in verity it did be a strange thing to have from our memories out of all the deep of time. And we, in truth, never in that age to have seen or to have known that there ever did be an horse, or to mind the likeness of one. And this to be but a little matter, yet of strange and peculiar interest, and you to agree. And indeed we did both to look one at the other, when that we had ended, and did wonder what an horse did be, yet in the same time did have a vague inward knowing. So what has just happened in this monster of a paragraph is that there is a pun, a pun, a play on words that has occurred regarding two homophones, horse and horse. That is H-O-A-R-S-E and H-O-R-S-E. He was just a little horse, H-O-A-R-S-E. But in order to know that, you need to know what in order to understand the joke, you need to know what a horse is. As in an horsey. Clippity-clop, horse. As opposed to horse. It's a funny joke, I'm sure, that he doesn't actually tell. He just leads you to imply. So it's a cute bit of wordplay there. The sort of thing you can expect if I ever get around to reading Born. B-O-R-N-E by Jeff van der Meer. Which I'll probably do, because I'm no coward. If I can read the, fuck literally as a comma section of Absolution, I can read anything. Anyway, and so we to look ever backward through dim ages, and surely we gat presently from jests unto solemnness, and the maid to be nigh again unto tears. And in truth I then to bring our thoughts and our speech forward from the abyss of years, and did cease from memory dreaming for that time, and so to have the maid again in joy, yet mayhap something wistful odd whiles. And presently I to tell the maid 100,000 things concerning the mighty pyramid, of which I had so oft said somewhat, but never to have gat so great a chance as this unto a plenty of time, and so nice on onceness in the way that our minds did go. And surely the maid did be eager in a moment, and did be hushed, and ask again, and again to ask constant concerning all matters. And in verity there went a great while. There went. And in verity there went a great while in this way, and the maid to have an utter wonder and excitement of all that I to tell. For truly it did be as that a man of this age should come downward from a great star in the heavens, and to tell of wonders and new things, and you to understand how she did feel. And of all things that did most have a happiness unto the maid, I to perceive that the great life and humanness of the millions to dwell within her imaginings as a cloud of warmth and quiet joy. For I did show this thing to her so well as I was able, and in truth you shall tell me in honesty whether that I have made the same likewise clear seen unto you? Question mark? And she, as you shall mind, did be a maid that had grown all her life in a refuge that did be shaken with hauntings, because that it lacked the power of the earth current to protect, and with a people that did be weak conceived through great thousands of years, and where love did bloom something faded even in youth, and youth to have lack of the lifeblood of an utter joy, such as did be ours, and likewise to many that did be of the mighty pyramid. Oh boy, I remember this paragraph. This one's a doozy. Though truly there did go millions then, as now, that did never to know love, though the name did be in their mouths, and they to have belief that the sweet kernel did be in their hearts, but, in verity, this to be love, that your life shall bound in you with abundance, and joy dwell round you, and your spirit to live in a natural holiness with the beloved, and your bodies to be a sweet and natural delight that shall never be lost of a lovely mystery that doth hold a perfect peace each unto the need of the other, and all to be that there go round about you a wonder and a splendor all the days and the nights that you shall be, the man with the woman with the man, and shame to be unborn, and all things to go natural and wholesome out of an utter greatness of understanding, and the man to be an hero and a child before the woman, and the woman to be an holy light of the spirit and an utter companion, and in the same time a glad possession unto the man. And lo, if one to die, then the soul of the other shall fail, and that one never to have full life again in that bitter parting. And this doth be the true human love, and all else that be not like to this with the man and with the woman doth be but a borrowing of the name of love for that quiet desiring, which is but an endurance beside love, which doth be between they that be not mated both in their souls and in their bodies. And this telling to take no heed to those base joinings that be made for purposes of wealth or desire or other piteous ends, for, in verity, these to have no more dealings with the thing that I do tell upon, than hath the merchanting of goods, or the need of a glutton. But the thing that I do have upon my heart doth be that dear and uplifting power of love, which I to set forth in this mine own story, for, in truth, I to have known love, and to need death when that I be parted from mine own. Now, surely mine own did come twice and thrice unto weeping, as I did tell of this thing and that, which did set her memory backward unto the ways of the lesser redoubt. And presently I did cease from my tellings, because that she did be so gone into pain again, because that she did be so gone into pain of her memories. But indeed she then to beg me that I go forward again, for truly she to need in the heart that she know, and to strive to be no more in grief for the telling. And I then to say on, and did tell upon the might and wonder and great olden delight of the underground fields that were below the Great Redoubt, as you do know. And I told how that they went downward 100 strange miles, that did be dug of the labour of millions, and of the years of eternity. So that answers the question that someone had asked, I think it was Frank Miser's, but it might have been Optical Antenna. Hi, by the way. I don't know, might have been two installments ago. Just how large are the underground fields? They go down 100 strange miles. So they are that is the majority of the mass of the redoubt, honestly, is the underground fields. Given that the building itself goes up how many? I don't remember now. He does a description of it at some point, but I can't... No, that's all the direction stuff around the pyramid. Okay, here we go. Yes. The earth current barrier thing. Okay, so it's 1,000 floors, and they're very tall. I don't remember how big it is. So it is a, you'd think a bit of a logistical nightmare, but they do actually have the food supply. Where does he say how tall it is? He's on the 1,000th floor. I forget how tall each floor is. Call them 10 feet. I don't know. It's pretty big. Anyway, moving right along. And I set out unto mine own concerning that there did be wondrous villages spread throughout that great and hidden country that did be in the underground, and how that great millions of the peoples did live there, and made a constant labour in those deep lands and countries that did be truly so monstrous in all as an huge continent. And I showed mine own how that there did be wondrous processes that did be learned in the ages, and how that water did be made in chemistry, and truly she to nod to this, because that she did mind upon the powder that we did use, but truly the powder to have to be made in the first, as you shall think, but we but to advantage ourselves of that which did result, and I to speak to her of the making of the powder, rather than of the way that it afterward to make chemistry with the air unto water. And I told the maid how that there did be mighty underground pipes that went across the nightland, and did be, mayhap, oft so much as 20 great miles deep in the world, and did come upward into the seas of the land, and all to have been made secret and hid from the monsters of the land, as I to know from much readings of the histories. And mine own then to tell me that they did lack to have any such great wonders below the lesser redoubt, but that there did be utter monstrous caverns, where that there had been alway a strange and uncouth country of husbandry, and lit from the earth current, and they also there to bury their dead. And all had been alack through great thousands of years, as she to know of their records, and had grown dim-lit and lonesome, and a land of deepness to starve the spirit with an utter strangeness and discomfort, where that the men went quietly as ghosts through many ages, and all a place in dire want of sound and laughter. Yet this all to have been surely different a monstrous age gone, when that the earth current did be a power in the lesser redoubt, and the humans to be in plenty, and of good and natural health and courage of life. And truly to mind upon that place doth alway to set a fresh wonder in me, that mine own did be so lovely and wholesome of spirit, and wise in knowledge and good force of her being. But so it did be with her, and she to have been surely alway that one that did be mine own. And I then to tell mine own maid concerning the lowest field, which did be the country of silence, and was the place of memory unto all the great millions, where did linger and bide the ghosts of 100 billion griefs, and the drifted thoughts of sorrowful hearts, and there to live a great hallowedness, and a mystery of silence, and an holiness, and a greatness, as that it did be the expressing of all that doth be noble and everlasting, that ever did come out of the heart of man, and all the lost dead of eternity, so that the spirit of a man did seem to go on great wings, unto lovely and splendid resolvings, if that he but to walk lonely a while in that country, that surely did be never lonesome unto the spirit. And lo, the maid did be all hushed as I did speak, and did look downward unto me with her eyes very bright, and lovely with the thinkings and tears that did stir within her. And sudden she to ask whether I did make my resolve to my journey, whilst that I walked in that place, and she to look very intent and beautiful upon me, as she did question. And indeed I saw that she to mean a lovely praise unto me, as you to perceive, and truly I did feel a little strange, as that I did be both glad and shy in the same moment. And she then to ease me of any answer, for she gat upward upon her knees, and she put her 2 hands to the sides of my face, and bid me to look into her eyes, and to know that she loved me with her soul, and with all that did make her to be. And afterward she kissed me very gentle upon the forehead, and did be then hushed a while, as that she to be in thought. Yet oft she did look downward at me, and did have a beauty of love and honour within her eyes, so that they alway to shine, as she did look at me. And presently the maid did sit again beside me, and slipped her 2 hands into the one of mine, as did be ever my desire, and she to love that she give me this delight, and likewise she to have joy to herself in this lovingness. And we then again to have talk, and I did tell mine own somewhat of the history of the olden world. And she did have dim memories, as in dreams, of the days of light, yet scarce that she could believe it of truth. But she to have knowledge of the olden love days within her spirit, and to mind that there did be alway, as it did be, a lovely and golden light upon the world, but she not to know truly whether this to be but the holy glamour light that memory doth set about a past loveliness, and to have no remembering of the sun, but yet to be made ready by her memories unto believing. And I to know of certainty, but yet even I that do tell this my tale did but perceive the days of light as in a far and vague dream, and to remember it but in the chief by the glory of lost sunsets that had cast an holiness upon my heart, and of a hush of dawns that had made ready my spirit in the gone ages to look quietly unto my death.
Well, it's a reasonable detail to be worried about. But they do somehow manage it. They've got the land space for it. And I guess maybe people take turns. I don't really know. That I don't think they mention. And surely you to go with me in all this thing, and to have felt within your spirit that uplifted wonder that doth shake the soul with the lost beginning, and with the unknown end, when that you have looked through the sorrow of the sunset, and stood silent before the quiet voice that doth make promise in the dawn. But, in verity, we that had near lost our memory of the surety of these great wonders did have memory of love, and this to be most beautiful unto my heart, for it but to show the more how that love doth live forever, and doth make an holiness in all places, and doth give companionship and satisfying, so that to have love is to have all, and to have escaped this wonder is to have missed to have lived. And I to find then that mine own did have no knowledge of the way that the world did be in that future age, and did lack to know that there abode mightily above us in the everlasting night the dead starkness of the world, where did be, mayhap 200 great miles above us, snow and the eternal desolation of a lost world, that did be once the lovely world of the olden days, which did be now given over unto night and silence. And mayhap there did be wander upward. What? And mayhap there did wander upward there memory. What? And did go companioned by grief. And mayhap there did wander upward there. Maybe there did wander upward there memory, and did go companioned by grief. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Sometime that one took me a minute. And mayhap there did wander upward there memory, and did go companioned by grief. But, indeed, I to delight to think that hope and love did build houses of joy about the dead, and there to be no true death, but only the dying of days. Yet surely this doth be sorrow enough unto the heart and the soul, if that they did be days when love did make a mystery of light about the spirit, and the beloved to have been anigh to make ever a sweet wonder unto the heart. But I to cease from these thoughts, for we to face our life brave and wise, and to take both the sorrow and the joy unto our developing, and to hold up the face with courage when that grief doth come anigh, and to see that we grow not to bitterness, but unto sweet wholesomeness. And there to be joy again, and we then the better abled to have that delight into our hearts. Better abled, not abled. Oh, no! Oh, this is a trial. But I to cease from these thoughts, for we to face our life brave and wise, and to take both the sorrow and the joy unto our developing, and to hold up the face with courage when that grief doth come anigh, and to see that we grow not to bitterness, but unto sweet wholesomeness. And there to be joy again, and when the better abled to have that delight into our hearts. For how shall joy ever to come truly again to that heart which bitterness hath made a place for the abode of sorrow? And truly I to cease from these thinkings also, for my story to wait upon me, and these things that I do say to be plain unto you, and to have no need to the telling. And so did I tell mine own maid of the things that I did learn from the little metal book, and she to be in constant wonder and delight, and with an awe and newness upon her. And sudden there did come some olden memories stir within her, for she asked me in one instant whether that I did remember when that the cities did move alway unto the westward. Truly I had no remembering of this thing, and did look at her a while, with somewhat of a trouble upon me, for that there should be aught lacking in my memory of those times that we did be together upon this world, was a fear unto me, and a vague sorrow alway, as if that I did but to let my thought go that way, though indeed I did ever strive to wiseness, and did have knowledge that there doth be an heart-wearing and despair and need. Okay, we're going to try this again. So this is one massive run-on sentence, too, is the thing that's frustrating. It is not the first time. I will read it with punctuation intact once I manage to claw my way through it. Just so you know what I'm up against. But truly I had no remembering of this thing. This is referring to that time when the cities did move alway unto the westward. But truly I had no remembering of this thing, and did look at her a while with somewhat of a trouble upon me, for that there should be aught lacking in my memory of those times that we did be together upon this world was a fear unto me, and a vague sorrow alway, if that I did but live. If that I did but to let my thought go that way, though indeed I did ever strive to wiseness, and did have knowledge that there doth be an heart-wearing and despair and needless trouble in vain regrets, but yet these to be natural unto the spirit, if that you to know love, and do be but the complement of the love-joy, and mayhap to you to have a use unto the sweetening of the spirit, if that they be not let to override the reason. So that is a sentence, if you can call it that. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 full lines long. I'm going to read it with punctuation intact. You will count exactly one period the entire time. But truly I had no remembering of this thing, comma, and did look at her a while, comma, with somewhat of a trouble upon me, semicolon, for, comma, that there should that there should be aught lacking in my memory of those times that we did be together upon this world, was a fear unto me, and a vague sorrow alway, if that I did but to let my thought go that way, though, indeed, I did ever strive to wiseness, and did have knowledge that there doth be an heart-wearing and despair and needless trouble in vain regrets, but yet these to be natural unto the spirit, if that you to know love, and do be but the complement of the love-joy, and mayhap to have a use unto the sweetening of the spirit, if that they be not let to over-ride the reason. Period. So, this to give you some idea of what I am being put through, as you shall think. Blueberry Pie. Tuning in via Twitch. Everyone else is on YouTube. So I'm going to reread that monster so that we can move on with our lives. Basically, he's saying he doesn't remember this specific thing, and he wishes he did because he always tries to be wise and smart and understanding. That is almost exactly the problem, actually. Author, how can I make my readers get gassed? Lol. Indeed. He does not normally write like this, either, is the thing that's frustrating. Like, this is, admittedly, from turn of the century. This is from, 1912. Other people aren't necessarily writing like this. He wasn't writing like this. There's a bunch of short stories I can read you where he does not write like that. He did it deliberately. It is the chief complaint of everybody who read it when it first came out. And they're like, man, we get what you're trying to do with your archaic prose, but it makes it pretty unreadable. So anyway, here's the sentence again in its entirety without me listing out the punctuation as they are placed. And then we can roll. Good, grief, Yes, exactly, optical antenna. Exactly. Throw in a bunch of line breaks where I'm like scrambling through the sentence anyway, and I'm just like, wait, what? And then make it as insufferable to read as possible. If that I did but to let my thought go that way. But truly I had no remembering of this thing, and did look at her a while with somewhat of a trouble upon me, for that there should be aught lacking in my memory of those times that we did be together upon this world, was a fear unto me, and a vague sorrow alway, if that I did but to let my thought to go that way, though indeed I did ever strive to wiseness, and did have knowledge that there doth be an heart-wearing and despair and needless trouble in vain regrets, but yet these to be natural unto the spirit, if that you to know love, and do be but the complement of the love-joy, and mayhap to have a use unto the sweetening of the spirit, if that they be not to let override the reason. If that they be not let to override the reason. There we go. We flubbed it, but whatever, we're going to move on. Suffice it to say, he makes it difficult. And whilst that I did look unto mine own, that she helped me to remember, she did strive with her memory, but in the end did fail to come unto aught of clearness, save that she did see, as in a far dream, yet very plain, a great metal roadway, set in 2 lines that went forever unto the setting sun. And she then sudden to say that she did see in her memory the sun, and she to have a strange and troubled amazement upon her. And there did be cities upon the great road, and the houses did be strange seeming, and did move forward eternally and at a constant speed. And behind them the night did march forever, and they to have an even pace with the sun, that they live ever in the light, and so to escape the night which pursued forever, as she did tell, and a dread and terrible chill that did live in the night. And there did be cities far forward in the morning sunshine, that did have gone before at speed, and set the husbandry of the world, and to be finished and gone forward again ere that certain of the latter cities did come to that place to the reaping, and the night to come presently to that place, but this not to be for some part of a year after the crops were taken. But how long this might be, she not to remember. For some reason, that reminds me intriguingly of Dichronauts by Greg Egan. It's not really the same thing, but they kind of have to keep on the move themselves. That's more about resources and keeping up with resources. They're not exactly nomadic. Like, they live in towns, but they kind of have to keep on the move as well. And all this the maid did say to me, as out of a strange dream, and I to have to set it down, and to have made it so clear to you as she to have told it. And surely it doth be plain then that she to speak of a time when that the day did be grown to a monstrous length, because that the world did turn but slow and weary. And it to be a sureness, as you shall perceive, that but to stand still in that age of which Naani told, was to be left presently in an utter night and chill, that should last mayhap a great and weary year. And in verity it doth seem that all humanity did travel forever in that strange age, when that to stay was to die unprepared in the bitter night, and to go forward was to be forever in the sun. And truly this doth be so strange seeming to me as to you. And much I questioned the maid, and did have an hurt within my heart, and a pain of jealousy and sadness to grow in me, for surely she did speak of some life that she did live, when that I did be elsewhere, either in life or unknowing. And, in verity, what man then should have taught mine own to love him? And she then mayhap to have no remembering of me. And truly I questioned very desperate, and the more so because that I was yet weak, and lacking my strength to be composed. But she neither to remember me nor any man of that time, and to have no memories save these bare things that she to have spoken out so strange, and which did come sudden unto her out of all the deepness of the years and the lost sorrows and joys and wonders of that which doth make a world of humans. And surely my questionings brought a distress upon mine own, both because that she did be troubled by the way that my love did bring me to this strange anguish, and because that she also to have pain, and a sudden fear that there did be ever a time when she not to have known me, or to have permitted the arms of another. And she did then strive that she be both wise and strong, and to give help unto me, and to take reason unto her own easing. And truly she to show how that she did be all unknowing of any love in that far backward time, but it to be possible in reason that she to have gone to another in natural course, the while that her heart did yearn alway in vague trouble unto her own, that her spirit did mayhap never to have forgotten. And truly this doth be the way of life, and a bitter thing and a sorrow to joyous love to think upon, yet here I to be set to the tellings of truth, and to have heed to all that reason doth show to be. But mine own did also have us both to remember that there did be equal right to think, and that she had I see. But mine own did also have us both to remember that there did be equal right to think that she had died, mine own maid, in that life, for that it did be not out of reason to think that she had been void-hearted unto all men, because that she had known in her spirit that she did once to meet her own, and did be thereafter untuned unto all other men that ever did live. And this all to be in a mist, and we to go vainly. And of her will she did think that no man did ever to have possessed her, save I, yet this to be mayhaps only the prompting of her love, and she then to kiss me, and to say that there did be no surety in aught, but only that we did have been together before, and to have borne a love so great that it did live through eternity, and we to be now together, and maybe all else to be but dreams. And truly I did have a fierce hope that this be so, and the maid likewise to hope, yet to be less bitter with rebellion than I, though in pain upon the thought, for she did be so utter and dreadful glad and in happy thankfulness that we did be now come together again in the end, and did mean that she conquer all that should be like to set a greyness upon our joy, and to be steadfast unto this end. And I afterward to be likewise in wisdom, when that I was come to more when that I was come the more to strength, and to mind that I suffer vainly for that which did have no surety, as I have shown, and moreover I did have no power upon the past, either to learn aught or to mend aught, so that I did go the way of an human, and did shake free from these broodings, and strove unto forgetfulness, which, in truth, doth be both a terror and a mercifulness, as doth chance. And I kissed mine own maid with somewhat more of the years within my love, and she to kiss me very sober and clear, and to desire only for my happiness, and to be utter mine own. Now, we then to eat and to drink, and the maid to see me unto comfort in all things, and my bandages all right. And she then to make that she have on her footgear and her hair to be bound. But indeed I bid her that she what? But indeed I bid that she to dare to what? But indeed I bid her. There's a line break here and it's throwing me. Bid her that she to dare do this thing, when that she to know how I did delight that her... Oh, it's more feet. Oh, it's all about the feet. Now, we then to eat and to drink, and the maid to see me unto comfort in all things, and my bandages all right, and she then to make that she have on her footgear and her hair to be bound. But indeed I bid that she to dare do this thing, when that she to know how I did delight that her little feet be bare to mine eyes, and her hair most lovely upon her shoulders, and she to be very happy that I so to have an utter pleasure in her dear beauties, and did sit beside me again, and set her feet very sly where they did be a nigh to my hand, for she to know that she did be mine own, and I to be her master, and she to have joy that she to have to render her beauty unto me, for she did be that true compliment unto me, that the heart of a man doth ache for eternally. And so presently did end that lovely day of quiet speech and togetherness, and the maid did prepare me for my slumber, and she then to lie anigh to me, and her head to rest gentle beside me, so that her pretty face did be near unto my breast upon the right side, and she to give me at the first a loving and sober kiss that did be somewise to set a guard upon her tenderness, and afterward did sleep content and gentle, as that she did be in the same moment a child and a woman. And I also to come unto slumbering, yet did know vaguely how that mine own did rise a little upon her elbow, this time and that, and look very loving into my face, that she have assurance of my comfort and well-being. And once I did waken, proper, and looked at her, and she then to kiss me gentle upon mine eyelids, and bid me to sleep, and so did come herself unto her sweet slumber. Now, when that I did come to my proper wakening, I to hear the fizzing of the water, and to know that the maid did be risen a good while, and had made her toilets, as I perceived in a moment, when that she came unto me, for her hair did be in a lovely cloud upon her shoulders, all combed and made ready against my waking, and she to have bathed, I suppose, in some warm pool that did be among the bushes upon the island, and she now to slip her footgear, and that her feet be bare unto me, as I did love, and to stand a moment, and her eyes to twinkle gently. And I looked at her with love and honour in mine eyes, as you shall know, and she to have dancing of sweet pleasure in her heart, that I so to look upon her with holiness and with natural love. And surely the last doth be unnatural, if that it do lack the first. But my love did burn upward out of my being, so that the flame of my spirit did light the fires of my heart, and my reason to add coals unto that fire that hath lived for ever, and doth be as that it shall be never quenched. And mine own in a moment did kneel beside me, and truly some ways in her deep intenseness unto me, for our love did make all the world holy. And she to be both uplifted, and as that she must give all the humbleness of her heart unto the greatness of my love, and this she to feel, and her deep and utter love to make it as that she did be all a passion of humbleness unto me, so that in her soul I did rise in that moment upon the wings of my love, and to seem that I did be all the world, and all time, and all place, and all that ever she did need unto her. And she to put out her arms to me, and her eyes did shine with those tears that do never be shed. And lo, in a moment she did be upon my heart, and we two to be hushed together in content, for our need did be in the other. And truly, where there do be two together with love, there doth be neither lack nor need, but eternal fulfilment. And in verity this to be my hope for that which doth come afterward, that all doth be leading unto so glad a joy as this, and that all pain and grief and all that doth make the shaping of life doth be but a process by which we be eternally perfected from living, unto each fulfilment that doth be but the doorway unto greater fulfilment in the beloved. And presently mine own maid did loose herself gentle from me, and washed me and tended me, and very hushed and tender, and something down-ridded of her dear and lovely eyes. Down-ridded? Maybe down-lidded. I don't know, that could be a typo. And we then to eat and to drink together, and joy so great and quiet did be upon us, that it did be as that we had gone into an eternity of peace and an utter content. And surely, as the thought did stir in me, it did be of beauty that we kissed. Oh, kissed is the next line. And surely, as the thought did stir in me, it did be of beauty that we did be both of us true unto the other in that life, and I never to have kissed a maid until that I kissed mine own, and she to have been likewise, and to have fended all men from her, because that they did be strangers unto her inwardness, and so we two to be so utter together, both in that our spirits did be knit, being each the complement of the other, and because that we had no secret pains of remembered things, to set any apartness between our hearts. And in verity I to think back then upon my jealousies that I have told, and to know that mine own did never to have given herself lightly to any, neither to have taken lightly, and her spirit to have been alway mine through all the everlasting, and mayhap this to be how all peoples shall come to be in the length of time, only that to us had come the great wonder that we did early meet, though this also to bring that utter pain, which doth seem to slay, when that once you have known the beloved, and to be parted. And so I to think, and did presently ponder with a great and strange pity upon they that did not yet have met the beloved, and they mayhap not to have kept all for the beloved, but to have been light with with that which doth be the treasure, because that love had not come to show them that they did unknowingly squander the strange and holy glory which doth be the possession of they that shall come to the beloved, and say, all that is thine have I kept for thee, and the beloved to know, and to have peace in the remembering. But what doth be the peculiar sorrow of they who have gone over lightly, when that they shall meet the beloved, for then... Oh, there's a semicolon there. But what doth be the peculiar sorrow of they that have gone over lightly, when that they shall meet the beloved? For then shall there be a constant and inward regret, as a thorn in the heart, that they not to have observed alway that holy care of all which doth pertain unto love, and they nigh to moan in the spirit, if they had but known, Oh, he does repeat himself there. Never mind. And they nigh to moan in the spirit, if they had but known, if they had but known. Yet in the end of their pain shall they grow unto all loveliness, if that now they have truly come upon love, and to live with love, for this to be the especial glory of love, that it doth make unto all sweetness and greatness, and doth be a fire burning in all littleness, so that did all in this world to have met the beloved, then did wantonness be dead, and there to grow gladness and charity dancing in the years. And there to be yet one thing upon which, mayhap, I not to have thought sufficient, for it doth be this, and that they who did err, as I have known, shall be the greater for their pain, and let this to be cheer, and this, I'm going to repeat it from the top. And there to be yet one thing upon which, mayhap, I not to have thought sufficient, for it doth be this, that they who did err, as I have shown, shall be the greater for their pain. And let this be to cheer you, if that you have done foolishly, and thought not upon that day when the beloved shall come, for pain is but the voice of development or destruction, and truly you to suffer the first, if that love doth work in you, but truly the more that you have lacked, the greater shall be your pain, for the more change there doth need be in you. And so would I have you now to think, and to know that the beloved shall come, and so shall you live in glad care of all your being, that you be able to come unto the beloved in that day, and to say with beauty and human joy in your heart, even as I have said, and thus shall you miss that bitter pain. But yet, truly, you to be like to heed not this, until that love doth come upon you, and I therefore to cease from this vain setting of mine inward reasonings. Anyway, moving on with the narrative, I guess. And so shall you perceive how my thoughts did go to and fro, as I did eat with mine own, and so in the last I to find that I did think very serious, and I then to cast from me this pondering, and to have that utter joy which did be upon us, and to seem that it did fill all that strange country of seas. And lo, after we did be done of eating and drinking, which did be but a little time, as you shall think, the maid did ease me to an upward sitting, and had my back very nice to an olden stump, which did be light, and she to push unto me. And mine own did sit beside me, so that mine arm did come most natural about her, and she there to be nestled all gleeful and content, so that my heart did be doubly tender unto her. And I took the abundance of her hair, and set it about my neck, and upon my breast, so that it did near to cover me in the upward part, and we both then to laugh as that we did be two children, because that love did make us so utter young in the heart, and our hands to be hid under the beauty of the maid's hair, and I to have her then that she explain just how great she did love me, and you that go with me do know how that this doth be a delight that is never done, neither to be set only into words. And all that day we did be wondrous happy, save once when we saw that there were Humpt Men upon the shore, about the flat-topped rock where did be the fight. But what they did there we not to be able to see, only that presently they went away, and indeed seemed to have no thought unto us, neither any knowledge, and so did be gone again into the forests, and we saw no more of them after that time. And afterward we to be lost utter in happiness. Now, upon the 10th day, I did be so come into health that I to walk a little way to and fro upon the island, and mine own did go with me. And so I to pace a good while, and afterward to rest again. And mine own then to bring mine armour to me, which she had scoured very nice. But truly the armour did be sore broke and bent, and did be jagged inward this place and that, with the monstrous strength of the Humpt Men, when that they did strike me with the great sharp stones. And in verity, how I should ever come again to wear this protection, I to be in doubt. Yet truly it had been a wondrous suit of strength that had kept my life within me, when that I had been so deadly beset. And I to know that it to be yet like to save both our lives, if that we could some way straighten it, and ease the broken jags from wounding me afresh. And I thought a time, and the maid with me, and afterward we gat that stump upon which I had leant, and had this to be for an anvil, and we found then smooth stones of different sizes, and these to be for hammers. And we wrought all that day with restings upon the armour, and surely we beat it into a very good shape from the inward, and the broken parts we beat smooth, so that they should not wound, and in the end to have mine armour fit to go upon me. And I, by now, as you shall think, to be dressed part in my garments, but not all, for there did be yet some of the bandages upon my body, so that for the main I did wear the cloak, that the bandages be easily come at. And all that day did be utter happy, whilst that we worked, for we to be together. And on the morrow, as we do say, which was the 11th wakening upon the island, the maid and I to talk long and oft, whilst that we yet worked upon the armour, and we to ponder the best way that we continue to our journeying. For, indeed, I was not come to my strength, yet I was very earnest that we go forward early, but in the same time I did fear, lest that we meet with aught of danger, and I to be alack, because that I was yet weak. And presently the maid and I both to think upon the same thing, for she to cry out concerning the raft, and I to have the same word in my mouth. And in verity this to be a great thought, for then should we be alway able to be free of the Humpt Men, and to have frequent rest when that we be weary, and to sleep with an ease in the mind. And indeed I to hope that the labour of oars should be something less than to go upon the feet. And surely we talked upon this a good while, and afterward we left the armour, and went over to the raft, and so to learn whether we should have power to make it something more stable, and that we have some way that we should put a solid matter between our bodies and any monster that should chance to swim under us. And we went then together over all the little island, for I did search for some bush that should have a long tendril in plenty, and supple, and so to suit for binding. But truly there did be no bush in all the island, and this to put me in trouble, as you shall suppose. Yet was there a sufficient plenty of small and upright trees that did seem very good for any purpose of structure. And when we had gone all about the island, and found naught that should bind, the maid to say with a pretty jesting that we should cut her hair, and plait it to be for cords. And surely, even as the words did come from her, they to set me upon the thing that should supply our need. For I stooped sudden to the grass that did grow oft and plenty in this place and that, and was so tall as my thigh, and my head was in the middle of the clumpings where it did sprout. And to my head in the middle of the clumpings where it did sprout. And lo, it was wondrous tough. And the maid to have likewise perceived the thought, almost at that moment, but I to have been the first this time, and so to tease her, for truly we had grown that we did nigh alway to discover all things in the same instant, as you mayhap to have seen. But I did surely be first this time, and must kiss her, as we do kiss little ones, that they be eased in their dismays and disappointments, and she to see how I did mock her, and she to pretend to weep, and surely how could she even to pretend, when that she did not be able to keep her pretty mouth from searching with laughter unto mine, but must be kissed full and plenty in our constant joyfulness. You know it's a miracle they get anything done with all this smooching. Goodness gracious. These young couples nowadays, they can't keep their hands off each other. Get a room, you two. A deserted little island. And so on and so forth. Get off my lawn. Which is probably what the Watcher in the Night is thinking. Humans, get off my lawn.
Turn off your damn pyramid lights. I'm trying to get a nap. Ugh.
And we cut then a good armload of the grasses, using the knife, and had those to our camp, for we did be homely now unto that place, as you shall think. And the maid then to show me plaiting, and how that we could work in the grass piece by piece, so that we should plait unto any length that we to need. That's Plait. I might have just mispronounced that. Plaited hair. Yeah, no, I think we're okay. And all that day we worked, and did be very happy together. But when that we came to the time of our slumber, the maid had done twice and thrice so much as I. And surely she came over to me, and kissed me very grave, that I should be not to fret, even as I did kiss her with gentle mocking concerning the thought about the grass. And so did she make level with me by this impudence and quaint sweetness. And on the next day, which did be the 12th, I took the discos, and on that day I cut down 6 of the trees, and alway the maid did bring her plaiting, that she be near me. And when I had cut the 6 trees, she had me to cease, lest that I risk to open any wound. And truly they to have healed very, very wonderful. And afterward we to plait all that day, and did also finish the armor, and did be content and utter happy. And on the 13th day I counted the tablets, and found that we yet to have sufficient, if that we came unto the mighty pyramid within any reasonable time. But I insist that I should eat no more now than did be my usual way, and though mine own did beg and to coax me, and even to try whether that a naughty and loving anger should do aught to shift me, I not to alter from my deciding, which was based upon my reason, and upon mine intention that mine own should never go to hunger danger. Oh, I'm gonna reread this, because I think I skipped half a line. And on the 13th day I counted the tablets, and found that we yet to have sufficient, if that we came unto the mighty pyramid within any reasonable time. But I insist that I should eat no more now than did be my usual way, and though mine own did beg and to coax me, and even to try whether that a naughty and loving anger should do aught to shift me, I not to alter from my deciding, which was based upon my reason and upon my intention, that mine own should never to go in hunger danger, whilst that there did be life in my body. And when that the maid did show this dear and pretty anger, I to take her into mine arms, and to tell her how I did reverence and love her, and that she did be all beauty unto me, and I but to love her the more, because that I did know the reason for her dear shaping of anger unto me. And she then to kiss me, and yet to beg again that she have her way in this thing. But presently I did show her that my reasoning was sound in this matter, though I said not that my strongest thought did be unto her own needs. And she to have to agree with me in her brain, even whilst that her heart did ache to feed me. And truly I to love her but the more, as you shall think. And this way shall you ever to manage a dear and sensible woman that doth both love you and hath reason in her. For the wise man, and he that hath an heart unto bigness, doth be never hasty to command. But indeed I speak not now of the way that you shall go with a woman that hath the love foolishness upon her, for this to be a different matter, as you do know, and a woman then to require a double wit and tenderness in the governing, but also to need to be commanded, mayhap with sternness, yet with the more love. Have I mentioned that this was written in 1912? And their views towards women are archaic at best? Anyway, where were we? Yes. Now. We're at a now. So I get to drink water again. Yay. Now, when that we wakened on our 14th day upon the island, we gat to work, so soon as we had washed and eat and drunk, and mine own to see how my scars did go. And I cut 7 more trees that day, which made 13 in all, and afterward I trimmed the trees very nice. And when this was done, I cut 12 good sapling trees, and 2 more very thin, that I did mean to be for paddling the raft upon the water. And mine own maid did sit near me alway, and never to be ceased from her plating. And whilst that the maid did plait, and make gentle and happy talk with me, I presently to sit beside her, and had her belt-knife to my need. And therewith, when I had cut bark from a tree, I made a foot-long cross-piece of wood, which I did fasten with pegs and some lashing unto the end of one of the paddle shafts. And I took then a piece of the bark, so big, mayhap, as would cover my thigh, and shaped broad one end and thence to a point, and when I had made holes in the piece of bark, I lashed the broad end to the cross-piece, and the end that did be narrowed I lashed secure to the shaft, and likewise made holes down the length of the bark, and lashed it also thereby to the shaft, and this wise I had a pretty good paddle, that did be about 10 feet long in the clear shaft, and then the head to be somewise 2 feet more, mayhap. Yeah, no, that all tracks. That sounds like how you'd make a paddle or oar. He's good at describing things when you can get through the prose. And when this was done, I shaped the handle so small as might come into the grasp of the maid, and did jest her very loving and gentle that she give me so great a work, because that she have her hands so little. And truly she presently to stop me of my mocking, for she put her pretty hands upon my mouth, and I then to have to mumble and to laugh, and so she to go forward again with the plaiting. And when I had made the one paddle, I made also the other, but something more rough and heavy, and suited unto my strength, and so did be well pleased, for they did be made more of my reason than of memory. Yet had I used somewhat of the kind upon the quiet lakes which did be in the country of silence. And we then to join in the plaiting, and thus with happy talk and our times of eating, until that we did be come again to our slumber. And on the 15th day, when that we had gotten up and washed and eat and drank, the maid did look unto my bandages, and did consider that I be healed very good, if but that I not to overstrain my body. And we then to dance, half in play and half in victory, but gentle, and afterward she to come with me, that she give me aid that we get the trees into the water, unto the water. And in 6 hours we rolled the trees down to the shore, and did begin then that I lash the saplings across the trees, and this wise to hold them secure into a raft. And the midmost tree I put something more forward than the next, and so, until that which did be the front was shaped somewise like to the bow of a ship. And the saplings to hold the trees this wise, when that I had set the lashings about every sapling and every tree, where the saplings did go across. And all that day I worked pretty constant and steady, until that mine own had me to cease a while, lest that I bend overmuch, and so to put strain upon my scars. And I to be reasonable, but yet to go forward again with the work, only that I did rest now, this time and that, and so did all to prosper. And on the morrow, which did be the 16th day upon the island, I made an end of lashing the saplings across the raft, and I set up also 2 rests for the paddles, so that we might row if we stood upon the raft, and afterward, being ready, we gat together our gear, and set all upon the raft. And I put the pole that the maid had used also upon the raft, and loosed the straps from the first raft, and had the straps for our requirement, as heretofore. And mine armour we made safe on the raft, but the discourse I had to my hip, as ever, and so did we be ready to leave that little island of refuge, where we had been so near to sorrow, but yet had come utterly upon joy. And surely mine own did take me by the arm, and she to stand a little, and to look with me unto that bed of soft herbage, where she had laid me, when that I did be so nigh unto death, and she then to kiss me very sweet and loving and gentle, and all a tremble with the tears and love that did stir in her, and I to set mine arms about her in love, and so we to turn and put off then in the raft.
Chapter 15. Past the House of Silence. Now it was in the 10th hour of that day that we put off in the raft, and surely we found the paddles to go very easy and with somewhat of balance in the rests which I had set up, as you do mind, and the raft to go forward with not over much of labour, so that we stood, the maid to the fore paddle, and I did be to the hinder one. And we pushed very steady upon the paddles, and had the raft presently to a speed something less than we should walk over the rough way of the land. And about the 12th hour we stopped and eat and drunk, and went on again with our easy labouring. And truly, when that we gat set to the movement, we scarce to wot that we did aught more than rock something fore and back upon our feet, and so the hours to pass, and we to have a constant gentle speech with one with the other, and the maid oft to look back unto me with love, and to set her lips that she tempt me, but yet to shake her head most dear, when that I would leave my paddle, that I go forward unto her. And when that the 18th hour of that day was come, we to draw inward our paddles, and the maid set the cloak very nice to be our bed, and afterward we eat and drank, and so presently to our slumber, and did have sleep, very sound and happy, all in a moment, as it to seem. And 8 good hours after, we did waken both of us together, and lo, we scarce to mind where we did be for a little moment, but afterward to know and to perceive that we did be safe, and not to have come unto us in our sleep. And surely we laughed each in the face of the other, for we did be so joyous to be wakened each unto the knowledge of the other. And after that we had kissed, we washed somewhat in the water of the sea, and so to our food. And when we had eat and drunk, we made again to the paddling, and went forward thus along the coast very peaceful and content all the day. Now, in all, that voyaging did take 4 good days of 24 hours each, for we made no great haste or labour, but went easy, and I have time to gather my strength. And naught to happen in all that time, save that once we did see a great beast to come upward lumbersome out of the sea on to the shore, and there did eat and browse upon the herbage in that part, or so it did seem to us, though truly we did be over far off to have surety. And this beast not to put us into any horror, but only to make us glad that we be afar off from it. And by this saying I to mean that it did seem unto us a natural thing, and nowise to have an odour of aught monstrous to trouble our spirits. And this way did be all the creatures of that country, and truly I do think the early world did be somewise like to it, and this to seem to make true that olden saying that extreme things do meet, as doth be over apparent, for thus doth it be somewise to our knowings, as you shall perceive by your reasonings upon olden days, and by the showings of this mine own story, for that deep world to have put forth natural creatures that did be even as might be those that did live in the beginning, though I to make no point of this, but only that it doth occur to my thought, and all to seem that it did be bred of circumstance and condition, yet this to have no saying whether that there to be a spiritual force, something deeper than the circumstance, for this to be outside of any surety, but not offensive unto my reason. But this thinking also neither to offend me, that although much, and mayhap all, doth be modified and shapen divers ways by the circumstance and the condition, yet doth there be an inward force that doth be peculiar each unto each, though mayhap to be mixed and made monstrous or diverse by foul or foolish breeding, as you to have knowledge of in the bodies of those dread monsters that did be both man and beast. Yet also I hear to say that may be all diverse breeding not to be monstrous, but this to be beside my point. For I to be now set to tell, as I have told, that it
to offend me to suppose that there to be this inward force peculiar to each shaping of all bodies that do hold that wondrous quality of life. And if that you ask me that I give example to make clear my thought, I to say that it doth be reasonable to suppose that the force or spirit of the human doth be peculiar to the human, whether that it to be a cause of life or the result that which hath been evolved out of a condition. And whether it to be one way or the other, you to know that where this force or spirit is be found untainted, there is man. And I to be not opposed to think that man doth be constant alway in matters of fundament, and neither to have been ever truly different, though something modified in the body, and surely, in the first, all undeveloped in the lovely things of the spirit, because that there to be no call to these. Yet presently they likewise to come, and to act upon the flesh with refinings, and likewise, mayhap, there to be some act of the flesh upon the spirit, and so to the state of this age of our day, and to that far age of which I do tell. But development never to make the human other than the human, for the development to have limits peculiar to the human. And surely it doth appeal to me that the development of man doth lie between 2 points, that be not wondrous wide apart, and man to have power that he arrive very speedy from one unto the other, and likewise that he go back so quick, or even the more hasty. Yet even did it be ever proved that man wants to be a fish, I to have no cause to abate the first part of mine argument, but to have the more need of the thought, that I gain power to accept the fact. For I still then to have no occasion that I think man to have been truly a fish, or aught truly different from a man, but only that he did once be modified physically to his need, and to be still possessed of the man's spirit, though all lacked of development. Yet truly I to be less offend in my reason, if that it be shown that man did ever be somewise in his present shape, though mayhap so brutish as the Humpt Men, but yet I do be ready to consider all matters, and do build no walls without my reason. Yet neither I to have an over-ready acceptance of aught, but to need that my reason shall approve. I think he's saying that, you know what? We're just going to move on. I'm not going to parse that. It's a bit rambling, but he's basically saying, sure, maybe you can prove to me that humans are descended from fish or apes, but it's a treatise on the theory of evolution, I guess, at the time. And that he keeps an open mind. Anyway, and you to perceive, surely, that I here not to speak of that which may be afterward, when that all this, our life, be done. For who shall say how much or how little we then to go forward unto loveliness? And I at this point to tell you that I do have a wondrous hope of beauteous things, and of sweet and mighty uplifting and furtherance unto that glad world which we have beheld the shores of, when that we had stood in holiness with the beloved. And in verity I now once more to my story, and to be glad that I am done at this small setting forth of a matter which did need words, because that it did have root in this mine own story, and to be grown of it and from it. Now,
there did be one other thing a note, besides the sea beast.
Yeah, we can do that, why not? It's short.
Now, there did be one other thing a note beside the sea beast, whilst that we did be upon the seas, and this did be the strangeness of a great forehill, which did stand in the sea, and we did pass very nigh unto it. And surely the sea did boil about it, and yet not in all places, and there did be a score great jets that did go upward a monstrous way, and did roar very plain to us across the sea between, and there did come strange gruntings from the sea about the base of the fire hill, and these I to conceive to be made by the upbursting of gases in this place and that, and surely it ought to make us to know of the great energy that did be wakeful in that deep country, and we yet to stare backward upon that hill of fire and force for a great while after that we had come past.
Anyway. Now, beyond this, there to be naught. Now beyond this there to be naught, except that we had a certain care, as we did come to that place where the great sea did be broke into smaller seas, but all to be knit with passages of water, which led us through upon our way. And surely I did show mine own maid those two places where I did sleep when first I was come into that country, and she to be sweet in interest, and alway to have somewhat that she would learn of this and that. And so, when that we did be 4 good days upon the water, as I have told, we to come to the land, upon a flat piece of the shore, where the country did slope upward unto the mouth of the first gorge, of which you do mind. And this to be in the 10th hour of that day, and we likewise to have begun that voyage in the 10th hour, as you do remember, and surely it to have been a sweet and peaceful water journey, and I to have been happy, if that all that did be yet before us, to hold so much of pleasantness and safe goings. But indeed there to be much danger yet to come, as you do know, and we to have our hearts set in courage, and to go forward to conquer, for surely, if that we to conquer, and to come safe into our mighty home, there to be then that we have all our lives together in loveliness, and this to be truly a worthy prize and a glory of the heart, to end and to repay our stress. And surely the maid and I did presently strand the raft, so well as we might, and did then to wonder whether any should evermore behold it through all eternity. And we looked a little, each at the other, and the maid then to cut free a small piece of the wood of the raft, to be for an after remembrance. And so we to have our gear upon the shore, and the maid then to give me aid that I get once more into mine armour, and so I presently to have the scrip and the pouch again to my back, and the discos in my hand, and all in readiness, and the maid with her bundle, that was now grown small, and her belt about her body, that she have her knife unto her hand. And surely the maid then to kneel and to kiss the raft, for memories did gather upon her, and she there to have one more breaking from all that did be the first part of her life, and you to give your understanding, and so to have a quiet sympathy, and to perceive that her heart did be like that it should stir with a strange trouble of sorrowing in that moment. And surely I stooped then, very gentle and loving, and had mine own to her feet, and I led her from the raft, and she to need that she be near me, and so we to go forward, and to make upward into the dark mouth of the great gorge. And there to be some miles unto our right that grim and utter huge mountain, whereon afar upward in the monstrousness of the night did be perched those 4 fire hills of which I have told. And below them there to go upward the great hills of ash, that had been cast down throughout eternity. And this thing had the maid looked upon for a great time, and did be never done of her wonder, neither I nor any human that ever should have sight of so great a wonder. And so we to have come presently upward into the high mouth of the gorge, and did go onward then into the gloom a little space, until that we were come to the place where the gorge did bend sharp unto the left, into darkness. And lo, we made pause here, and turned again unto the country of seas, that we have a last outward look over all that deep and living land, and that did be hid so far downward in the everlasting night of the world.
And in verity it did be a solemn thing to know that we, mayhap, to be the last of the olden humans that should ever to look upon that country, and I to wonder, in that moment, whether that the Humpt Men should ever to develop, in some far eternity, unto the full sweetness of the spirit of humanity which I did think to be inward of them. And this to be both an odd and a natural thought to have then, as I do see. But at the same time I only to think it, and not to wot or to trouble whether that it did be odd or otherwise. And I to think that country did be somewise as the olden time renewed, but truly we to look upon early things with new eyes. And we yet to look a while, and to be hushed, and to hark in those last moments unto the far mutter of the great fire mountains, and the fire hills, and the noise of life which did go over that land, and we even then to be but a few short pacings off from the silence of the great gorge, which should lead us presently toward the eternal strangeness which did be in the night land. And the maid did hold mine arm very close, as we looked our last into the red light of that deep and hid country of the world, where, in verity, we had come so utter nigh to our death. And presently I turned, and the maid slipped her hand into mine, and the tears did go silent down her face, because of all that did be pressed upon her heart, but yet not to be all of sorrow, for there to be both sorrow and happiness, and also there did be somewhat of vague emotion that she never more to look upon that dear island where she had nursed her man again unto life and well-being, and she to be in mind of all those places where she to know that in the afterlife her memory to wander, and she to have oft told tales, mayhap, unto her children, of that country that they never to see, but only to be for a wonder to them for ever. And we passed then round the mighty corner place of the gorge, and went forward, somewhat stumbling, into the gloom. Now we went 16 hours very steady, and with naught save the great darkness to trouble us, and we by this to have been 26 hours since last that we had sleep, and surely this did be a foolishness, because that I come into my full strength ere we reach the night land, and it to be folly that I should overtire myself, and the maid to have said so much. And indeed then we came to a safe place for our slumber. Oh, and the maid to have said so much. And indeed, because she basically says that to him, and tells him, and indeed then we came to a safe place for our slumber, and whilst that we eat and drunk, we made count from my notings of the outward way, and so did decide that we go no more than 16 hours' journey each day through the gorge, and to sleep alway for 8 good hours. And this we to do, both then and until that we did be come out of the great gorge, which did take us in all so much as 5 days this wise. And surely, when that we were come into the light places of the gorge, we to be more cheered, as you shall suppose, yet oft we did be half smothered with the horrid gases that came upward in this part and that, as you do mind. And my strength did grow constant, as we journeyed, yet would the maid never suffer that I carry her, but went alway very light and clever, and was grown, in truth, set unto this constant wander. And at this place and that I to make pause that I show mine own those places where I did slumber, and she alway to need that she come unto the very part, and that she stand for a little moment where I did lie so lonesome, as I went outward unto that despairful searching. And alway she then to be utter tender with me, and to be something lacking of speech, because of the calling of her heart.
And surely mine own did be alway now to ask me when that we should be come unto the night land, and to require how far it should be, and to be taken with a growing of excitement, very dear and natural, and, in verity, I to be almost so much so as she, and to wonder what she to think of the mighty redoubt, and of all that strange and monstrous land. And, above all these, I to be shaken unto my very heart, that I have the maid speedy unto safety, lest, after all, even though we to have come so far, there somewhat to happen of woe. And all this did make it a hard thing that we not begin to race, and to exceed the hours that we did set, but truly we had wisdom in this matter, and slumbered alway after the 16th hour. And we never to see aught of life in all that great and desolate gorge, for there did be only the gas-burnings, and the boulders, and the stark rocks, and oft the rank smellings of the gases. And alway an utter and everlasting quiet, save when some lonesome gas-fire did oddly to moan or to whistle, and the whistling to sound very dree across the great waste of the gorge, and likewise the moaning to be but a thing to make the loneliness to be felt in the heart, and the maid to feel thus with me. And alway, as I did know, she to think in her heart that I did come through that place alone to make a searching for her into the unknown lands of the world. And surely I did be but a natural man, if that I was something happy in my heart that mine own so to ponder and to remember, for thereby did her love seem ever to grow. And likewise a man doth be glad in his spirit and natural pride, that is made to know that he hath done wholesomely of his best for her need. And you but to think upon the love days, and to hear the echoes of those dear proud thoughts that did so to swell in you, and doth not all to go so strangely with familiar pain in the old way? Now it was upon the 5th day, Now it was upon the 5th day, in about the 7th hour, that I heard oddwhiles a sound in this place and that of the gorge, as that the rocks made hushed and strange sounds at us. And I to have the maid instant very nigh to me, and the discos to my hand, and we then to go onward with great caution. And thrice we did pass places where gas fires did burn and dance, and made oft a low moaning, and somewhiles a little whistling, and the other sounds yet to come oddly from the rocks, in this place and that. Very strange and unthought of, yet to be something familiar. And sudden it did come to me that there to be a far-away noise in these sounds, though they to seem to come from this place and that, almost to mine elbow, as you should say. And lo, I knew then that I harked unto little echoings, that did be caught by the near rocks, and to come from some far and mighty sound. And this should be surely the monstrous piping of the great gas fountain, that you do well mind. And in verity I told mine own in a moment, and she to be all eager with me, because that this did be both a wondrous thing, and to be also a landmark to show that we did be nigh to come out of the gorge, and our journey to come the more near unto an ending. And surely we looked ahead very earnest, and there to be so many strange and leaping fires to our front, that we not to be very sure which did be the far and monstrous dance of the great gas fountain, for truly it be yet so distant, that the near gas fires did make more upon the eye. What? For truly it be yet so distant, that the near gas fires did make more upon the eye up all of a weary length of the gorge. Okay. Jeez. Absolutely torturing the English language to its breaking point, but it's all right. And surely we looked ahead very earnest, and there to be so many strange and leaping fires to our front, that we not to be very sure which did be the far and monstrous dance of the great gas fountain, for truly it to be yet so distant, that the near gas fires did make more upon the eye, yes, that is what it says, did make more upon the eye up all of a weary length of the gorge, than did the great dance of the far-off fire, that was now so small by the distance. Basically, it's really far away, and they're not absolutely certain they're hearing it, and not some of the other fires along the way. And presently, when that we were gone onward something more, we to see that there went a lightening and a darkening afar along the gorge, so that the background of the night was made to lose somewhat of the intensity of its darkness, as with constant shudders of light, and this to be surely the far-away dance of the flame of the great gas fountain. And we then to watch alway as we journeyed, and to see how that the vague shudderings of light did grow in the distance of the night, and did merge and become known presently in a strange uplifting and falling of a far-away blue flame. And the sound now to come more steady. Excuse me. Give me a sec to get a little water. And the sound now to come more steady, and to grow in a long while into a monstrous piping, very great and wonderful, and having a constant change in the note. And we to come past the last of the lesser fires, and to be in that part of the gorge which did be fireless, save for the great upward dance of the gas fountain, which did now to be grown huge and plain seen, and did make a quaking light over all the gorge. And so, in the end, we to become very nigh to the dance of the monstrous flame, and did be half stunned by the noise, which did be now an utter and furious roaring, as you shall remember. And the maid and I did stand as but two lonesome strangers in the mouth part of that deep and desolate gorge, and did stare voiceless unto the great flaw. And mine arm did be about the maid, and she to stand very nigh to me, and neither to speak. And surely, how should we anywise, for the noise did be so huge? And after that we had stared a great while, we turned that we look each at the other, and we kissed very sober, there in the light from that monster flame. And afterward we did stare again at the flame, and soon turned, and looked all ways, and did marvel to see the great throw of the light go blue and spreading and strange unto great distances. And while we did be watching the way that far off side of the gorge did come plain to sight, when that the flame did leap, and, truly, that did seem a far and lonesome place, as that a lost and forgot world of desolate mountains did be there. And lo, we now to look that we should see somewhat the way that our journey to go, and surely not to be clear shown, save when the flame did rise odd whiles to a monstrous height, and this to be because of the huge rocks that did stand about the flame. Yet something I was able to show the maid of the bottom part of the mighty and utter monster slope that did be the last way of our journey, ere we were come to the night land. And then we to go onward for about a good mile, that we be not so deafened by the noise of the gas fountain. And it did be now beyond the 17th hour, so that we eat and drunk, and made our rest in a secure place among the great boulders. And lo, when that we waked, we eat and drunk again, and did be something silent, as we to gaze at the flame dancing monstrous and lonesome, and all set about with the stark and mighty rocks, which did be like unto giants of silence, that did watch for ever. And presently we had our gear upon us, and we went forward toward the utter dark of the mighty slope, and we began that huge climb that should last through days in an eternity of night. And oft in the first hours we did turn about from our blind stumblings, and gaze downward out of the long height unto the loom of the flame that did shudder far below in the night, and made a quaking light in that far darkness. And so did we leave it to dance forever through eternity in that deep and lost place of the world, and we bent all our will and our strength unto the climb. And this way went we stumbling for 16 great hours, and by that time had come to a pace proper for that task, and to be something numbed, and seeming grown unreal, because of the affecting of the darkness.
And lo, for 8 days then did we go upward for ever through that most dreadful night. And after the first day we crept alway upon our hands and our knees, and I to go in the front, and had the discos ready upon my hip. And I took 2 of the straps from the pouch and the scrip, and so had a certain length, and I set them from the waist belt of the maid unto mine own belt, and so did know ever that she came close after me. And we made journeys 16 hours long, and did eat and drink at the 6th and 12th hours, and likewise we eat and drank ere we slept, and again upon our wakings, and our slumber time to go always somewheres about 8 good hours, for thus did I be heedful that we have all our strength for that dreadness of the journey, which did be yet before us, across the fear and horrid terror of the Nightland. And oft, at this time and that, I was utter sickened and awearied of reaching forward and upward forever, and making blind fumblings that I find a way about the great boulders and the rocks and holes that did be in our path in the dark, for it to seem that we went lost from all life and knowing, in a blackness that should be never slackened from about us. And I, these times, to make a pause, and to call softly unto mine own that she creep up nigh unto me, and I then to take her into mine arms out of the utter blackness of that night, and so to give and to have comfort. And surely mine own did whisper once unto me that she did be stunned with love and wonder in the heart, for she to never cease to know that I did adventure through this great night that I find her. And this thing did make me very warm in my heart, as you shall think. But yet I to stop her speech with a gentle kiss, and she then to know that she be dumb concerning her thought in this matter, yet she never to cease from remembering it, and did be the more stirred with the trouble of her lovely secret worship, for, in verity, she to have me to be for her hero, and this to make me in the same moment both something shamed and greatly proud. And so we to be together, and after such a pause to go forward again, with a new courage. And surely it did be a great comfort to me to think that, because we to go upward and not downward, we be not to like to follow. Okay, yes. And surely it did be a great comfort to me to think that, because we to go upward and not downward, we be not. Okay, I misread the think that part. And surely it did be a great comfort to me to think that, because we to go upward and not downward, we be not like to fall over any hid cliff in the night, for I to have now some little knowing of the slope from mine outward journey, yet to remember upon that monstrous pit that I then to escape, and so to go with care. And indeed, upon the 2nd day I had mine own to creep more nigh with me, and I then to have but one strap between us, and the other I set a stone into, and did cast the stone alway before us, as upon the outward way. And you to mind you of this, if you but to think a little minute. And oft in those weary days in the darkness did I make gentle whisperings through the blackness unto mine own, that I give cheer unto her, and she alway to answer, very sweet and loving, yet ever hushed, as I did be. And in verity it did be as that we could not set our voices loud upon that mighty slope, lest some enchantment come upon us, as it might be said. And indeed each time that I cast the stone, the noise of the stone to make a little trouble and dismalness in mine ears, for all did be so quiet and desolate and lost in night, that it to make us to need to be likewise so quiet, and to desire that we might go upward so silent as shadows. Now, surely I must tell you here how that the maid to have alway at the waking that same awaredness
Now surely I must tell here how that the maid to have alway at waking that same awareness that I did have upon the outward way, that somewhat did be nigh to us, and to seem to have been concerned with our waking, and I likewise to have also that same knowledge as before. And oft as we did go, I to feel that somewhat did go near to us. And this to put something of a fear upon me, because that I was ever anxious for mine own, and I to have her to be alway the more nigh to me, and did set the strap from her to me, even when that she slept, so that she not to be touched, and I to lack to know. Yet she to have no fear concerning this thing, but to feel in her spirit that it did be a force that had no evil intent unto us, but more neither she nor I to know. And I, in truth, to come in the end used to it, save that I did be, as I have told, anxious in all that did concern the life and well-being of my beloved. And so did we go onward through those 8 days. And it soon to be grown cold, so that we both to need the cloak over us in our slumbers, but in the journey hours to need not, for the upward going did surely heat us very well. And there also to become presently a change and a seeming of thinness into the air, and the maid to remark upon this, and likewise that the water powder now to be that it not to fizz so plentiful. And we went upward, as it did seem forever, and journeyed very hushed and steadfast, and likewise did halt at set times, that we eat and drink, and did always sit then very close and quiet and in love. And so alway to go never beyond 16 hours' journey each day, and very wearyful even so much, for it to be a sore and constant labour of climbing. And I to learn the hour alway by a little shining of the discourse upon my time dial, which I have told did be somewise as the watch of this our present age. Yet truly I also to learn that I made somewhat of a constant number of forward throws of the stone in an hour, and the maid to be the first to discover this, as she did creep behind me, and harked steadfast and quiet unto the clatter of the stone, which time that I cast it, each time that I cast it. And she sometimes to call low to me that it was now to be this time or that time, and I to look at my dial, as I have told, and oft to find that she did be curiously right. Yet otherwhiles we to have no thought to count, but made a constant hushed talk to one to the other, and did grow odd times that it did seem to us that we did be two spirits there in an everlasting darkness, that had quiet speech one to the other, and to be seeming gone from our bodies, because it's so dark. And we then to need that we look at each other, that we know truly that we yet to live, and to be indeed with the beloved. And I then alway to make the discourse spin a little, yet something more than when I should see the hour, and I then alway to make the discourse spin a little, yet something more than when I should see the hour, and, in verity, our faces then to show pale and strange seeming in that luminous glowing of the great weapon in the darkness, and we to look very eager and an-hungered of love each at the other, and so to need that we be held loving by the beloved, and so to have comfort and assuredness, and afterward to have peace to go onward again. And it did be one such time as these that mine own to give me a love name as she had she had called me in those olden days of this age, and which surely I had not heard since Mirdath died. And, in verity, you to have dear understanding with me, how that I then to be all troubled with vague troubles and ghostly love aches in the heart, and likewise I did be all set about in a moment by the olden enchantment and speechless glamour that did be so long hid and lost in the spaces of memory, where surely the spirit doth wander such odd whiles, hushed unto a dumb tearlessness, and to know in the same moment both agony and the voiceless glory and lost delight of the hath been, so that it doth be as that you wandered in the spirit between the sorrowful pain of the sunset and the promise of the dawn, which doth be builded upon the need and hope of the soul, and doth also to have an essence of pain within it, because that these do be knit with longing, which doth be the essential pang of memory. And so, mayhap, you to have gone with me, for you to have also strange thoughts that do come out of the ears, and do hurt the heart, even whilst that the heart doth hunger of that which doth so pain. Yet truly mine own did now be with me. Yet truly mine own did be now with me, as you do know, so that I had joy all about the heart. Yet did all the years of my lost delights and of my pain be in the spaces of my memory, and mine own now to have stirred all, so that no words that did be ever shaped of man should help me to have ease in speech. And mine own maid to know how it did be with me, and she to have said the thing, scarce wotting, even as her spirit did set it through her lips. And she before then to have forgot so utter as I, and now she to be stirred likewise with me, so that, in verity, we to hold hands in the great darkness upon the slope, and to wait till the pain and strange trouble did go somewhat from our hearts, and we to have power again to know truly that we did be again together in sweet verity after a mighty eternity. And thus did we go, and even in that strange night to have an everlasting coming together, so that surely our two spirits to be nigh made one somewise, and this to be that sweet and holy thing which I do name love, and it to be my glory and astonishment that love hath come unto me. And with you that have love, I am as a brother in holy delight. But with all that have not known love, or to have missed love, I am a mourner, and my heart to pray that they to know this wonder ere they die, for else shall they die so green and bitter as they be born, and to have grown nowise unto ripeness, which doth be charity, the end of life and the crown of humanity. And surely I to go forward again now with my telling, and you to know that on the 8th day upon the slope, about the end of the 9th hour, there to be an upward seeming of light, afar before us in the darkness, and did show as a dull and vague sheen above us in the night. And truly I to know that we did become at last anear unto the Nightland. And we went upward then very eager through the dark, and the dim shine did grow ever, that we soon to see it very plain, as a looming of light afar upward. And we ever to climb and go onward. And lo, in the 14th hour of that day we came up slowly out of the night upon the slope, and stood at the ending of that strange road where the silent ones walk. And surely it did be as that I was come home, and to have set my feet again upon familiar lands, and this to bring to you how far off I did seem to have gone, and now to be come again to a known place. And we went upward upon the road, until that we did truly have topped the slope, and at last to look out over all the wonder and mystery of that land. And I never to be rid of the utter gladness of knowing that I was come there again, after so strange a journey, and that mine own I brought with me out of all the unknown world. Yet truly I also never to have forgetting that this familiar land of strangeness did be the last test and the greatest dreadfulness of our journey, and anxiousness did hang upon me, for I now to have to take the preciousness of mine own among and beyond all that danger of horrid forces and of monstrous things and beast men and the like. And truly I did be like to trouble. And, in verity, I did stare with a fierce eagerness unto the far-off place in the middle part of the Nightland, where did be the mighty pyramid, and surely it there to shine in the midst of the land, and did be mine home, where never had I dared hope I should return. And I set mine arm very swift and eager about the maid, and pointed, so that she see quickly the wonder and safe mightiness of that which did be our refuge for all our life to come, if but that we to win unto it. and the maid to look with a great and earnest soberness, and a lovely gladness, and utter soul and heart interest, unto that place that bare me, and where I to have come from, and now to take her. And long she looked, and sudden came round unto me, and set her arms quick about my neck, and burst into a strange and happy weeping. And I to hold her gentle to me, and let her cry very natural, until that she was something unpent. And lo, when that she was eased, she to stand close beside me, and to look again unto the mighty pyramid, and afterward, as she to steady, she to ask 100 questions, so utter eager, and so to thrill with joy and excitement, as that she did be a glad child. And 100 questions I answered, and showed her new things and wonders uncounted. And of all strangeness that she then to see, there did none so to shake her in the spirit with terror as did that dreadful and horrid house, which did be the house of silence. And it was as that her very being did know and be repulsed of some horror that did concern and be in that house, so that she to want to hide in the bushes that did be anigh to the road. And truly I to think this wise, and to remember and to beware suddenly, that we did be indeed come now into the power of monstrosity, which did be utter and forever abroad in that land. Unsurely, we went then in among the bushes that did grow clumped upon the side of the road, as you to remember, and afterward I calmed this new fear that had come so quick upon mine own, and she then to there's a semicolon there, and she then to peer forth with me from the bushes, and to have renewed sight over the land. And the house of silence to stand upon that low hill of which you do know, and did not be a very great way off, somewise toward the right. Yet, as you shall have remembering, it did take me some long and bitter hours upon mine outward way, ere I did become from under the shadow of it, as we do say, unto the top part of the mighty slope. But this to have been in the main, because of the utter care that I did need to bring me safe past the house, for I to have gone long and weary upon my hands and knees among the bushes, as you remember, and oft to pause, and to be so still as death, lest that the power of the house to have become aware of my passing. And truly we to need again so utter a care, when that we make to go past unto our mighty home, and this to be heavy upon the heart, and I to be in the same moment anxious that we have haste to the trial, and yet very willing, if it might be, that we not make it forever. And, indeed, after that we had peered a good while from the bushes, I to consider that we do well to eat now, and afterward to have a safe place for our slumber, so that we go fresh to the horrid dangers and dreadfulness that did be before us upon our way. And we then to look about, and soon to find a great boulder that did be set with the bushes. And we made our place for sleep against the boulder, and the bushes went all round, so that we did be complete hid. And in verity we to be very cold, as we had been those 2 past days, whilst that we made toward the top of the mighty slope. And now we to have the full chill of the night land, and did be very glad to have the cloak, so that we eat and drank whilst that we sat together, and the cloak round us. And afterward the maid set the cloak about us for our sleep, and we then to kiss very sober, and I with anxiousness in the heart, but she with less, because she to have rest in me. And so we lay down to our sleep, and the discourse ready in my hand, and my spirit wakeful against any terror that should come anigh to us in our slumber, and the maid I warned to be likewise wary. And surely we slept and waked, and there had gone 8 good hours, and naught was come anigh to us to harm us. And when we eat and drank, and did hark oft, and looked out from among the bushes, but there did be naught abroad to set dread upon our spirits, and so we did be more content, and rest well, and well rest, and are ready for the further journeying.
Helps if I demute it. Sorry.
Now I had the maid to wear the cloak, because of the chill of the land, but she in the first to refuse, save I also have it in my turn. But truly I did feel that it should smother me, and that I need all of my freedom of body. And that I need all my freedom of my body, lest there come any thing sudden upon us. And all this I showed mine own, and also that we should have weary work, and to creep much, so that I should be warm by my labour of going, and she likewise mayhap. And she then to consent, because she saw that I did be earnest and to burn with anxiousness, yet had me to promise that I take the cloak, if that the chill of the land gat me anywise bitter. Now we made a pause, when that we have our gear upon us, and we looked well out over the land, and surely alway our eyes did glaze in the ending upon that far wonder of light and safeness, which did be the mighty pyramid, and I to be never ceased from telling mine own this thing and that thing concerning the great refuge, and she to be constant stunned unto silence and delight of wonder, and anon shaken unto a multitude of questionings, so that truly we did be as that we never to have done making known one unto the other. Now, as you have knowledge, the house of silence stood on... Now, as you have knowledge, the house of silence stood upon a low hill, and the road did bend about the bottom of the hill, and this way did I come, when that I was on mine outward way. Yet now there to be a new plan of journeying come into my mind, for, as you do remember, I did take somewise of 11 great days from the pyramid unto the top part of the mighty slope, because that I had gone diversely and round about to the northwest of the plain of blue fire. And surely, as I now looked, it did seem that we should try a short passage, and thereby become free out of all danger in but a space of 4 or 5 days, if only we to succeed. And I stood a good while very hushed and anxious, and did consider this new way, and did presently point it out to the maid, how that we saw the mighty redoubt straight to the back of the low hill where stood the house of silence, and mayhap we might chance to find a safe going by that way, that I did ponder that wise. For indeed, as you do know, we must go nigh past the house, even did we return by the long journeying, and this to be because that the bushes did make a cover only near to the road, and all to be a country of bare rock beyond the bushes on that side of the road, which did be to the north and west. Now presently I had formed my intention regarding our way, and told all to mine own, and how that we... one sec, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about that. This keeps happening.
It has made me somewhat aggrieved. Where were we? Okay. Yes. He's telling her of how he wants to make a somewhat straighter path than he had done on his outward way. Now, presently, I had formed my intention regarding our way, and told all to mine own, and how that we to have alway an utter caution, and the danger I made so plain to her as I did know it, and she then to beware in her heart the need there to be of care and wiseness forever, as we did go. And we then to make forward into the night land, and to be gone from the top part of that great deep, in which there to be hid strange lands, as you do know. And surely it to be like that none should ever to go that way again for an eternity, or maybe forever. And so we went forward with a new caution. And we came out from among the bushes upon the northwest of the road, and crossed unto the eastward side, and here the bushes to grow very plentiful, so that I led on with a cheerfulness of hope within my heart. And alway I went so far to the southeast as the bushes would give us their cover, and this way I made that we should scarce to pass within a great mile of the dread and horrid house, though, in verity, this to be most dreadful close. And we walked then for 6 hours, and went sometimes creeping, and oft stooped, and ever with a great caution. And in the 6th hour we made a rest, and eat and drank, and afterward went forward again. And in the 10th hour we were come something nigh unto the house, for truly we to be off from the road where the silent ones walk, and so to go more straightly, and alway to save distance. And we kept so far outward from the house as we might, but could pass it not more than a great mile off, because that the bushes did have their margin near upon our left as we went, and there to be bareness of rock beyond, and fire-holes in this part and that amid the starkness of the rocky spaces, that should be like to show us very plain, if that we came outward from the bushes. And moreover, there went upward into the everlasting night one of those towers of silence, which did be in this part and that part of the land, and were thought to hold strange watchers. And the tower stood great and monstrous afar off in the midst of the naked rocks, showing very grey and dim, save when the flare of some great fire did beat upward in the land, and sent huge and monstrous lights upon it. And we to have need alway now to remember this tower, then to keep the more so to the sheltered hiding of the bushes, and to keep the more so to and we to have need alway now to remember this tower, and to keep the more so to the sheltered hidings of the bushes. Yet, in verity, we to have little thought of aught, save of the grim and threatening terror and monstrousness, which did stand forever upon that low hill, and did be the house of silence. And in the 11th hour we did go creeping from the bush unto bush, and did be as shadows that went in the mixed greyness and odd shinings of that land. And the grim and dreadful house did be now unto our right, and it did loom huge and utter silent above us in the night. And the lights of the house did shine steadfast and deathless with a noiseless shining, as that they shone out of the quiet of some drear and unnatural eternity. And there did a seeming of unholiness to brood in the air, and a sense of all and deathly knowledge, so that, surely, our hiding did seem but a futile thing unto our spirits, for it was to us as that we did be watched quiet and alway by a power, as we slipped gentle from bush unto bush. And when the 12th hour did be nigh, we to begin to draw clear of the house, and surely there to come somewhat of ease into my brain and heart, for it did be as that we should come clear of all harm. And I turned to the maid, that I whispered gentle and loving encouragement unto her. And lo, in that moment mine own gave out a sudden low sobbing, and was gone still upon the earth. And
Truly, my heart did seem to die in me, for I knew that there did be directed a force out of the house of silence, which did be aimed unto the spirit of mine own maid. And I caught the maid instant into mine arms, and I set my body between her body and the dreadness of the house, and surely my spirit to perceive that there beat out at her a dreadful force, which did have in it an utter silence and a bleakness of desolation. And lo, I saw in a moment that the force had no power to slay me, but did surely make to slay the maid. And I set my spirit and my will about her, for a shield, if this might be, and I had her to mine arms, as that she did be mine own babe. And I stood upright, for there did be no more use to hide, and I knew that I must walk forever until that I have mine own to the shelter of the mighty refuge, or to walk until I die, for only with speed might I save her from the dread and horrid malice of that force. And I set free the discos from my hip, and had it in mine arms beside the maid. And I strode forward out of the bushes, and put forth my strength, that I journey with an utter speed. And ever my spirit did know of that monstrous force which did be direct upon us, to the destruction of mine own maid. And odd whiles, as I walked, I called mine own by her olden love-name, and by the new name of Naani, but never did she move or seem even that she lived. And surely my heart sickened within me with a mighty despair, so that a constant madness did begin to thrill in me, and to make me something monstrous in strength, with my fierce agony and intentness to save. And one hope only had I, that I bring her yet living into the shelter of the mighty refuge, and so swift to the care of the doctors. And lo, I did strive to be wise in my despair, for I made a quick halting soon, and I warmed a broth of the tablets and water upon a hot rock, and strove that I set some of the broth between the closed lips of mine own maid. Yet did it be useless, as I to have known before in my heart. And alway I kept my body and my will and my spirit and my love between the maid and the dreadfulness of the house. And I made some of the water, and dashed it upon the face of mine own, and I chafed her hands, but truly it to have no use, neither did I truly to think that it should be like to. And I wiped her face then, and harked to her dear heart, and surely it did beat, very slow and hushed. And afterward I wrapped her in the cloak. And I forced myself then that I eat some of the tablets, and I drank a great lot of the water, for a fever did seem to burn in me, and moreover I to mean that I lack not for strength to my task. And I set my gear upon me very speedy, and I lifted mine own beloved, that did be now so hushed, that once had been so merry and dearly naughty. And surely I nigh choked as the thought upraise in me, but I set it back, did but go the more furious. And surely no man did ever go so fast and constant upon his feet through an eternity, for I was come again to my strength, and there did be a madness of intention and despair upon me, and I went on forever. And at each 6th hour, when I stopped very brief to eat and to drink, I made to bring mine own to her senses, yet she never to come, and alway her heart to grow the more feeble, so that in the end I did utter fear to hark, and did but set food and drink into me, and onward again with an utter fierceness. And why there came not any sweet power of goodness to help me in my strait, I never to know, but did call desperate upon all good things to aid me as I went, to save mine own. But there not to come, so that I had grown into cursings, but that I did not to lose my wisdom to any useless foolishness. And alway, as I went, I to see the land blindly, and oft vague and grey, as that I did look at naught real, and again with strange flashings of light, and the glare of fires, and anon to see the land as it did be, and all odd whiles to have now to me the feel of a dread and monstrous dreaming.
And surely I sped forever through the dreadful hours, and went neither to the right nor to the left, neither did I strive to hide in the bushes nor to evade aught. For I knew that the maid died slowly in mine arms, and there to be no more gain in life save by speed, that I have her swift to the mighty pyramid, to the care of the doctors. And a great and despairing madness grew ever within me. And thrice I to have a vague memory that there came creatures at me from the dark of the land, but surely I slew them with the discos, and have no remembering thereof, only that mine anger did boil in me, and I to know once that the discos did run blood in my hand. And lo, there to come sudden unto my spirit the knowledge that the ether of the world did be stirred. And indeed I did be surely sighted by the great millions of the mighty pyramid, and they to have seen me come forward into the sight of the spy-glasses, and that I did bring a maid in mine arms out of all the night of the world. And truly, as I did after learn, the dear Master Monstruican had discovered me great hours before, for there had been a steadfast watch kept in the tower of observation for my returning, if that ever I should return, and the might of the great spyglass had shown me plain a good while gone, and that I did carry somewhat, that was surely the maid that I did go to find. Yet had the master given an order that no word be set abroad to the peoples of this discovering, lest that the emotions of the millions tell overmuch to the evil power unto the evil powers of the land. But now had the millions also come unto knowledge, for many had ceased not to watch through their spyglasses, and the news to travel very speedy through the cities, and surely now there did be a constant spiritual noise in the night, to be heard only of the spirit, yet to suffice to wake and warn all that land. And truly, as I after to learn, the Master Monstruican did know by the instruments that there came a force out of the House of Silence, and this to trouble him greatly, so that he set the word through the pyramid, by the hour slips, that all the peoples strive to contain their emotion, lest they bring an harm and a destruction upon me, by warning the land with the greatness of their feelings. Yet, in verity, this did be useless, for the peoples did be very human, and could nowise check their gladness and great wonder and excitement. For it was to them so great a wonder almost as we should suffer if that a man in this age should go beyond death in search of his beloved, and afterward to come backward unto the living, and, surely, in such a case, how mighty should be our amazement, and this to be somewise how they did be. Yet with it also a sweet and natural gladness and strong welcoming, which doth be the true beat of the human heart unto the wanderer. This bit is so phenomenal. Like, this bit is absolutely, like, one of the best paced climaxes of all time. This is great. This is the real deal. It makes me feel things. And presently, and through all the time that I came forward across the land, there did be mayhaps 100,000,000 that did never cease to watch me from the embrasures, from the view tablets, and from all vantages. Yet for a long while only they which possessed strong spying glasses did be able to see me truly, for I was a great way off. And millions did but stare vainly unto that part where I was said to be, and the hour slips to come out 4 times in the hour, and to tell aught that did be known. And so shall you perceive that humanity did but have grown the more human. And, in verity, I went forward with all my strength, and did drive heedless through the miles and the night, and scarce conscious of aught, because of the aching madness of despair that did grow ever within me, for I knew that mine own maid died alway in mine arms as I did carry her. And later, a monstrous space of hours it to seem, I knew that I was come to that part of the road where it did bend somewhat unto the vale of red fire, and this did be something anigh to that wilderness where the youths did fight with the giant men.
And I came over the road, and urged my body utter furious across the land. And surely in that moment when I crossed the road, great numbers of the millions did see me, that had not seen before. And there went a shaking in the ether of the world, because of the sudden emotion of so mighty a multitude. And lo, it did be as that in that moment the land was at last waked, for there came from far away unto the eastward a faint and dreadful laughter, as that a monstrous being laughed unto itself in some lost and dreadful country. And the laughter passed over the land, and it did echo strangely, as it did seem, in this part and that part, and presently to go rolling round in the far and hid westlands, and to be as that it wandered a while amid the far mountains of the outer lands, and was presently lost from my hearing. And my heart chilled a little maybe, but yet did I not care overmuch, for I to lack all, if that I lacked death, if that I not to be given power to save mine own. Yet did I make a little pause, so that I gat the knife from the belt of the maid, and did also to bear the capsule, for if that there came a destruction upon us, I to make instant sure that mine own maid be safe unto death, and I then to go quickly with the capsule. And afterward I again upon my way. And ever upon each 6th hour I did stop that I eat and drink, and did onward again, even as a machine, for I commanded myself to this duty of victual, that I lack not my strength unto the saving of my maid, of the maid. Yet truly I did seem to choke alway as I strove with the tablets. And lo, ever as I went forward did the land awake, and my spirit to know that great forces did be abroad, restless, and the monsters to begin wild roamings, because that they also to know of the unrest that did be come into the land, and there to go presently odd roarings across the land from night unto night. And I to go forward the more desperate, and to step neither to the right nor to the left, but to make direct unto my mighty home. And the veil of red fire did be soon afar off unto my right, and the bulk of the watcher of the northeast to be somewise unto my left before me, and the great back to be toward me. And truly I looked at the brute force, and it did be as that I drew nigh unto a mountain of watchfulness, and above it in the everlasting night did the blue shining of the luminous ring, and the ring... Did I read that correctly? And it did be as that I drew nigh unto a mountain of watchfulness, and above it in the everlasting night did be the blue shining of the luminous ring, and the ring shed a light downward over the monster force, and the shoulders did be huge and humped, even as 2 small hills, and it looked forever from me through an eternity unto the pyramid. And this to be plain, though I did be a great way off from it. And sudden, as I went, there came somewhat out of a bush unto my left, and rose up at me, very long and tall, and surely it did be some kind of a man, and came at me. And my fury and my despair came inward upon me in a moment, so that I troubled not to set down the maid, but leaped at the thing, where it did be yet half hid in the dark. And lo, it died in pieces, and the discos did roar to content my heart an instant. And I then onward again the more savage, so that my heart did be a dreadful thing within me. And a great while I went then, and do have a vague remembering that this time and that there came things at me from out of the dark, but surely they to have died very speedy, that I not to remember more. And the hours did pass in spaces of time that did be made of terror and numbness and an utter and ever-growing fury of despair. And I did be at last as that I did burn inward with a grim and dreadful energy, and to seem to grow the less tired, and to come over the land with a stronger ease, and somewhat as that I did desire things to come unto me, and somewhat as that I did desire things to come unto me, that I have something to ease my heart. For lo, mine own maid did be dying in mine arms as I carried her, and I to be in a bleak and sickened dread, so that I lacked all courage now to listen unto her heart as I have told, and went burning and dry and hot in the eyes. And ever there sounded the roarings across the land, and there did be added presently lower and more horrid and dread noises. And later I heard a far thudding of the earth, and in a little there went past me a great man, running so heavy that he did make a shaking as he passed me. Yet, in verity, by a sweet mercy he saw me not, and was gone onward in a moment, and lost utter into the night. And the ether of the world to be full of the trouble of the peoples, as the man passed me, and afterward there to be a stirring of glad thankfulness. And truly, alway my spirit did know strangely as in a dream, that the millions set their sympathy and pity and help about me, and did girt me about with human love, and with encouragement, and with uplifted thoughts. Yet, in verity, did all be as water beside the fierce wine of my love and despair, which did urge me onward in a natural lacking of all dread, save for mine own. Mine own being the proper label for Naani. And truly this doth be the way of love, and shall make fearless the heart of the weakest. And there to be prayers in the night, and all the ether to be surged with the spiritual trouble and callings and cryings of the millions, so that, indeed, if that my spirit so to hear these things, it to be conceived that these do pass outward into the everlasting, and to break upon the shore of eternity in an anguish, even as a visible foam of supplication. And surely the unity of love from the millions did make a natural force about me, for, in verity, the force that did come from the house to seem to be somewhat eased from the maid. Yet there to be no surety in this, for all did be desperation and turmoil in my heart, and I to have but one thought in my brain, that I bring mine own swift across the land unto the mighty pyramid, and so unto the doctors. And lo, there stole presently from afar the deep and dreadful baying of the hounds, so that I knew we did be surely dead, save that a miracle should happen. And I asked in my heart in a fierce and mad fashion why that they did not to rig one of the olden shooting weapons, that they shoot from the pyramid, and so to give me some aid in mine extremity. And behold, even as I did be so bitter, there went afar upward in the everlasting night, where did shine the last light, the sharp flashings of the set speech. And I did warm in my heart a little with hope, for the master Monstruican did see that I was now all discovered, and there to be no more use for silence, and did speak straight and helpful unto me. And I made to read the set speech, but mine eyes had been mad and near blinded with lost hope. But in a moment I saw clear, and behold, the dear Master Monstruican bid me to keep good my courage, for that they did have made ready 3 of the olden weapons, and moreover they to save me, even if that they have to turn loose the earth current over the land. And he commended me with honour, and that I strive forward yet a little while, for that 100,000 men did be prepared, and did even then go downward in their armour by the lifts. And surely, as you shall think, my heart eased a little in me, and there burned somewhat of a hope in my spirit that I yet to bring mine own unto the doctors, ere it be too late. And the baying of the hounds did grow nearer in the night, and there to grow ever the roarings over the land, and a sense of evil and monstrousness to be abroad in all the night. And lo, I to have come by this so that the watcher of the northeast did be backward upon my left, and I looked keen and fearful now at the monster force. And behold, the great bell ear did quiver continually, so that I saw the monster made somewhat known unto all the land. And the monster did look as ever unto the pyramid, and did be a great and silent hill of life that did lean toward the pyramid, and the light from the ring came downward upon the monstrous hide, which did be set in vast folds and wrinkles upon it. And the monster to know of me, yet never to move, neither to show life, save that the ear did quiver so horridly. And I knew that they made some great preparation in the pyramid for our defence, for all the night did begin now to shake and to quiver with the mighty beat of the earth current. Chapter 16. In the Country of Silence. And lo, I did become something nigh unto the mighty pyramid. There's no hyphen there. And lo, I did become something nigh unto the mighty pyramid, and my great home went up vast into the everlasting night, as a very mountain of sweet life and safety, and had surely amazed me afresh with the utter bigness of it, only that despair and weariness did have too grim an hold upon my heart for me to care of aught, save to have mine own made within the safe wonder of the huge refuge. And it did be still afar off from me, and I to go forward across the land with a strong going. And lo, as I passed a hollow place where did burn a fire-hole, there came something out of the hollow. And the thing gat upward from crawling, and did be a great and haired man. And the man looked at me, and afterward came unto me, and did put his hands forward, very eager as he came. And I did see the hands plain in the light from the fire-hole, and the hands were monstrous, and did be armed brutish with horrid claws, so that the man should have been able to rip aught, even as a wild beast. And I put mine own very swift to the earth, and surely I cared not for life or aught, for this thing did make to delay me, and I to be fierce with despair that aught should halt me. And lo, I leaped very furious and with cold anger at the giant, and I smote at the monstrous brute, but he unto the side in an instant of time, and so escaped the blow. And he flung forth his monstrous arm out of the half-dark of a shadow that did be cast by the dance of the fire-hole, and caught my headpiece and plucked it from me so strong and brutish that he cast me nigh a dozen feet onto my back. Yet I was not harmed in the life, but only sore shaked and bruised, and I to be up in a moment, and came in upon the giant, and the discos did roar and blaze in my hands as I swung the weapon. And I gat the giant above the middle part, and the discos did glut itself, and went through the giant, as that he did be naught, though so huge and monstrous and girt with strength. And he to have surely turned his shoulders as he died, for the upper part of the giant man went horrid to the earth, and the legs and the trunk stood plain in the light of the fire-hole, and the blood went upward as a fountain in the night. And I made no pause, but leaped unto the maid, and had her in a moment to mine arms, and onward again past that dead thing, that did only then to fall with an horrid sound. And surely the night did be full of an astonishment and upliftedness of the millions, so that their spiritual cryings did go all about me, and did tell me that they had perceived this thing, and did cast their love and delight unto me, and a vast excitement to be upon them. And lo, I scarce to have gone a great mile more, but there came two vague things out of a dark place, where certain rocks did upstand, and I smote them with the discos, and went onward, but what they did be, I never to know.
And surely, after that, I did seem to go smiting forever, for there to come, time and oft, strange things out from the bushes and the rocks, as that all the land did be a crawl with foul and monstrous life, and I to go smiting, as in a dream, and to speed forward ever with a more fierce despair, for surely the end of our lives did be come, and I not to be given powers to save mine own maid. And the land did be full of grim and monstrous roarings, and odd-wise lower sounds, very deadly. And once I did hear the noise of giants running, and all the night to be evil. And, in verity, how I did not be slain by some dread force I not to know, unless that I did be burned free of all weakness that an evil power should have chanced to harm me through, for, indeed, I had been dealt a bitter training a monstrous time. And lo, there to be again the deep and dreadful baying of the night hounds unto the southeast, and to be nearer, and I to know now that no strength of mine should serve to protect mine own. And lo, from the upwardness of the night, where did be the last light, there sudden to come downward a strange blue flash, that smote downward into the land unto the southeast. And again the flash to come, and mayhap a score times after, and there to come down out of the height a peculiar crackling sound, that did be less than the thunder of this age, yet more loud than any other sound that you ever to hear. And lo, I knew that the humans did begin to fight for me, that I bring mine own safe unto home. And behold, it did be as that all the wakefulness of the land that had been did be but as sleep, beside the wakefulness that now to come. For surely the night now to seem to rock with the roarings of the monsters, and with the bestirrings of great forces. And ever there to go over the land the yowling of that strange and dreadful laughter, which did come from that hid country in the night of the lost East. And lo, there arose constant now the hoarse and dreadful bayings of the hounds, and made known that a mighty pack did be out. And they to seem to be no more, maybe, than a good mile unto the southeast, and I to be all alone, save for the dying maid that I held in mine arms. And I looked vainly and with despair for the 100,000 that did be prepared, and had come downward, as you do know, unto mine aid. But truly there did be naught to see anywheres, save the strange lights and shadows of the land, and the movement of monstrous life in this place and that place, and the hounds to come nearer with every moment of time, so that, indeed, I knew that death did be very nigh. And I ceased not from my stride, but went forward, and did begin to run, for the pyramid was not a huge way off in the night, and the shine of the circle about it to be plain seen, save here and there, where it did be hid strangely, and I to have a despairing hope that I come yet with mine own into the safety of the circle. And the baying of the hounds to come ever the more near, and surely it did be a doubly hideous, bitter thing that I lose my dear one so nigh unto home, and the great mountain of my home to go upward before me into the night, and to seem so near that surely I did be almost there, but yet mayhap 2 great miles off even then. And behold, I called out in vain despair, and to no end, why that none come to give me aid in this extremity, for the hounds did bay now but the half of a great mile upon my left, and did surely have scent of me by way of their dreadful baying. And truly the millions to have an anguish of sympathy for me, for the spiritual noise of their emotion did be plain unto my spirit, and they surely to have seen and to have interpreted the way that I did look about me, and appear to call out in despair, for there came all about me in a moment the companioning of a great and sweet spiritual force, which did be bred of their quick going with me in their understanding and love, and they to have perceived how that I did be unto the end of hope, and the hounds to be almost upon me. And in this moment there came afresh to my hearing the shaking beat of the earth-current, so that I knew the humans to take desperate means to save.
And there came to my view a vast pack of the hounds unto my left, and they came running at a great pace, and their heads did be low, and they to be so great as horses, and seen plain, and again in shadow, all in the same moment as they did come. And, in verity, I knew that we two to be dead indeed ere a minute be gone, if that the humans not to haste. And I stood where I did be, for there was no more use to run, and I looked from the hounds unto the mighty pyramid, and again to the hounds. And again I looked with my hope gone unto the pyramid, for the hounds did be scarce 200 fathoms off from me, and there did be hundreds of the mighty beasts. And lo, even as I looked that last time unto the pyramid, there brake out a monstrous bursting flame, that did rush downward from the sealed lower part of the mighty pyramid. And the flame smote downward upon the land where the hounds did run, and all the night to be lost from my sight in the brightness and strangeness of that mighty flame, so that I saw no more the pyramid, or aught, but only the shining and dreadful glory of that flame. And the flame made a blast in the night, and a hotness that did seem to wither me, even when I did be from it. And I perceived that the humans had truly turned loose the earth current upon the hounds, that I be saved. And there went a constant great thundering over the land, because that the earth force did rend and split the air, and did tear up the earth. And the roaring of the monsters did be hushed and lost in that mighty sound, and I to see no place where the hounds did be, but only flames and broken lands where the earth force did strike, and great rocks did be hurled all whithers, with a vast noise, and truly it did be a mercy that I was not slain 100 times, if this might be, by the failings and burstings of great rocks and boulders. And lo, in a moment the humans did cut off the earth force, and had it again to their control. And there to seem now a great silence upon the land, and an utter dark, save that flames and noise came from the part where the current did strike. And I very speedy to come free of the dazedness that had me, and made again to my running, for, in truth, it to seem now that I should yet be let to win unto safety with mine own. And mine eyes did grow presently unto their accustomed using, and I to look all ways about me, lest there come somewhat upon me, even then to work our deaths. And for a good time there to be naught that I did see anywheres, neither there to be the wakeful sounds of the land, save only the grim and horrid laughter from afar in the dead east. And oft as I did run, I to stare hungry-hearted upward at the mighty pyramid, and surely it alway now to seem to be less bright than before. And in the first I to set this to the count that mine eyes did be yet dazed by the great flame of the earth force, but soon I to perceive that it did be otherwise, and that there did be truly a less brightness of the light that did shine throughout all the mighty redoubt. And this lack I conceived had owing to that great using of the force and power of the earth current that had been loosed to save us. And I to have this new thing cold upon my heart, for, truly, if that the force of the current to be made over low, there to be a danger for all the humans that did live, even for all the great millions of the mighty refuge. And this did be surely known by the masters, and they to have no more power to aid me with the current, until it flow strong again, lest that they destroy all the peoples of the earth. And all this to be plain to me in a moment, as I ran, and I to be but the more desperate to come unto instant safety with the maid. And surely, I to be yet in expecting of the 100,000 to come unto me, but they not to come. And all about me the land to begin again to give out the noises of the monsters, and to send forth new and peculiar noises, as that there did be more awaked in the land than did be ever heard by me before. And presently I saw that there went living things creeping between me and the light of the circle, and I to know that I yet to have to fight bitter, if that I would bring the maid safe. And I swung the discos free, and ran on. And sudden my spirit to know that I did be warned of some new peril, and I to look upward into the night, that the master Monstruican should mayhap to tell me the danger by the set speech. But, in truth, there came not the quick flashings of the set speech, but only an upward stillness, and a dimness of the lights of the mighty pyramid. And afterward I to learn that the dear Master Monstruican made to warn me of danger, but that all the instruments of the Tower of Observation to fail to work, and likewise all the great machinery of the pyramid to cease, even unto the moving of the great lifts, and the moan of the air pumps, and all to have been this way for nigh a great hour, until that the earth current did flow again more full. And surely this doth show that death did come nigh. And surely this doth show that death did nigh to come unto all of the millions, because of the great trial that did be made to save us. But truly my spirit did be warned by the trouble of the millions, and because the Master Monstruican called vaguely with his brain elements, so that I went ever more warily, and did look all ways. And lo, sudden I to stare above me into the night, and there did be a pale circle, very quiet and steadfast, that did go alway over the twain of us. And I saw that this did be surely one of those sweet powers of holiness, that did stand between our souls and some dread power that came anigh to work our destruction. And I to have no over fear, but did put my trust in the force of holiness, and went forward, running warily. And surely I came mayhap so nigh as to within 400 paces of the circle, and I to think that I yet to win mine own safe and undelayed within the guarding of the circle. And the light of the circle did burn dim, so that I had sudden fear whether that it may be any more use for a guard, until that the earth current to come more free. And all this as I ran, swift and wary, and utter anxious. And lo, in that moment in a dim place there rose up 3 beast men from the earth, and came at me, growling. And the first did be so close that I had no room to the discos, but beat in the head of the man with the haft part. And I leaped unto the side then, and swung the discos, and did be utter mad, yet chill with fury, so that the maid did be no more than a babe in the crook of mine arm. And I came in sudden to meet the 2 beast men as they ran at me, and I cut quick and light with the great weapon, and did have that anger upon me which doth make the heart a place of cold and deadly intent, so that I had a wondrous and brutal judgment to the slaying. And truly I slew them as that they had been no more than mice, and I had no harm, neither so much as a touch from them. And behold, in that moment there came a great shout of wonder and of welcome from within the circle. And I looked swiftly, and began again to run, for there did be men in grey armour all within the circle, yet came they not to mine aid. And lo, in a moment I knew why that the 100,000 did have held off from me in mine extremity, for behold, there did be monstrous black mounds all along without of the circle, and did rock and sway with a force of strange life that did set an horror into my soul as I ran, for truly they did be the visible signs of monstrous forces of evil. And did any human have ventured outward beyond the circle, then had that man been destroyed in the spirit, and lost utterly, so that none had dared to come. Neither had it been of use if any had made themselves to be a sacrifice to aid me, for, truly, they to have been no use, when dead, as you shall say. And then came there came a constant shouting from the 100,000 to me, that I haste, and indeed to haste. And truly I did haste, with all my strength. And I looked unto the dear circle of holiness that did be above us twain, and it to go steadfast over us, so that I saw we to be surely saved. And lo, I to be no more than 100 paces now from the glowing of the circle. And behold, even in that instant there must come brutal things to destroy us, for there came an herd of squat and brutish men all about me in a moment from the shadows, where they had been hid. And they caught at me, and caught at the maid to tear her from mine arm. And truly it did be as that they surely to have success, for I could no wise in a moment free myself, and yet to guard the maid, and to use the discos. And lo, I kicked with my metal boots, and gave from them, and turned all ways in a moment, and wrenched free, and I leaped back, and the herd of horrid brutes after me. And now I to have space for the discos, and a grimness in my heart, and I came round very sudden, and ran in among the men, smiting. And I hit very swift from both the right and the left, and to and fro with a constant quick circling. And the discos did spin and roar, and made a strange light upon the faces of the men, and they to have tusks like to the tusks of pigs. And surely I did rage through them, smiting. And they to strike me 1,000 times with great stones, so that mine armour rang, and all was fresh burst, and I near to sicken under the blows and new wounds, but they not to harm the maid, for I carried her above their squat and brutish reach. And the brute men to seem without end, but I made alway forward unto the glowing of the circle, and the night to be full in that place of the fierce shoutings of the 100,000, and many, as I did learn, to have tried to come unto me, but that their comrades held them from so useless a dying. And, in verity, I to be now scarce 50 paces from the glowing of the circle, and did be nigh to fall, for I did be so utter dazed and wounded with the fight, and ill with a vast weariness and the despair and madness of my journey. And moreover, as you do know, I not to have slept, but to have carried the maid forever through days and nights, and to have fought oft. And lo, the 100,000 stood just within the circle, and they that were to the front did swing each man the discos, and they hurled each the discos in among the herd of the tusked men that did make to slay me. And surely this to save me, for the herd did thin to my front, and I to gather my strength, and to charge with despair, and to smite, and never be ceased of smiting, so that there did be dead creatures all about. And behold, I brake through the herd with mine own, and did be upon the circle. And lo, I stepped over the circle, that did scarce now to give out a resistance, and 1,000 hands did come forward to give me help, yet did none touch me, but gave back from me, for there did be that about me which held them off, as with a little awe, for I to be strange unto them. And I stood there in a great silence, and the discos in my hand ran blood to the haft. And maybe I rocked as I stood, for many again did put out their hands, as to hold me, and again drew back, and were silent. And I looked unto them, and they looked back at me, and I did gasp a while, and was strangely dazed, and did try to tell them that I had need of the doctors for the life of mine own maid, that did be dying in mine arms. And behold, in that moment there did be a sound of giants running out in the night, and some then to cry out different matters to aid me, and to beware of the giants, and to bring the doctors to attend me on the instant. And other voices did call that the holy light was gone from above, and likewise the black mounds from the outer part of the. And other voices did call that the holy light was gone from above, and likewise the black mounds from the outer part of the circle. And there did be a monstrous noise of roarings in the land, and all to come bewildered unto my brain, which did surely fail now with the grim and utter stress which had been mine so long. and there to be also a constant noise that came from near and from upward, and truly I to know, as in a dream, that it did be made of the shouting of the great millions, that did make an eternal and vague roaring sound upward in the night, that did come down from the upper heights, no more loud than a strange and continual murmuring out of the lofty miles. And surely I to find my voice in a little minute, and did ask a near man whether there be any doctors with the men. And in that moment there came forward a master of the discourse, which doth be as a commander of this age. And he made the salute of honour with the discourse, and would have eased the maid from me, but I to ask again, very slow, whether there was a doctor anear. And he on the instant to give an order, and the great thousands to begin to shape, and did make a mighty lane unto the great gateway of the mighty pyramid. Why is this not a movie? And the master of the discourse made a sign to certain that did be near, and they stood about me, as I to know dully, lest I fall. But they not to touch me, for I did be as that I must not be laid hand upon, for I did near to choke with despair, lest I to have come home too late. And surely also the men to seem as that I did be strange unto them. And there went orders swift and constant this way and that, and lo, in a little while there came two big men of the upward cities. The little man did be a master, running, and they had a little man between them upon a sling. And the little man did be a master of the doctors, and he aided me gentle to lay mine own maid upon the earth. And the master of the discourse made a sign, and the men that did be near turned each his back, and the doctor to make examination for the life of mine own. And there to come about that time a seeming of silence in the land. And truly the 100,000 did be utter quiet, and a great quiet in the mighty pyramid. For, in truth, all to know by this, that there to be a fear that the maid I did bring out of the night did be slain by the evil forces. And sudden the little man that did be the master doctor looked up quiet and piteous at me, so that I knew in a moment that mine own maid did be dead. And he to see that I knew, and he covered the face of mine own, and stood up very speedy. And he called softly to the men that did be to my back, and he signed to them that some to support me, and some to lift mine own maid, and bear her unto the great gateway. And he looked keen at me, and I to fight a little that I breathe, and afterward did make with my hands that the men not to come near me, neither to touch mine own. And the master doctor to understand that I did be truly strong until I die, and did beckon the men from me, and from the maid. And I stooped in a little, and I lifted mine own maid into mine arms for that last journeying. And I came down the mighty lane of the 100,000, all in their grey armour. And they did make silent salute with the discourse reversed, each man as I passed him, and did be utter silent. And I scarce to wot of aught, save that all the world did be quiet and emptied, and my task to have failed, and mine own to lie dead in mine arms. Yet truly did it to have failed utter? For I had surely saved mine own from the terror of the second night-land, and she not to have come alone and with madness unto her death, but to have died in mine arms, and she surely to have been comforted within her spirit, because that my love did be so utter about her. And I to think vaguely and terribly on 100 sweet love actions that she to have shown unto me, and sudden I did remember with a dreadful pain that I never to have waked to discover mine own maid kissing me in my sleep, as I to have meant. And a madness of anguish did flash sudden through the numbness upon my brain, so that I did be blinded a little, and surely went crooked in my walk. For I to know, sudden, that the master doctor steadied mine elbow for a moment, but afterward did leave me be, as I to have again control of my spirit. And lo, as I drew nigh to the great gateway, the lights of the pyramid to begin to glow again more strong, and the machinery of the lifts and the air pumps to work, because that now the earth current did grow once more to natural strength. And they to have power now to open the great gate, which did be done by great machines. And there to come forth to meet me a number of the masters of the mighty pyramid, and the dear Master Monstruican did come before them all, so eager as that he did be mine own father. And he to have heard somewhat, vaguely, that there to have been a fear of the life of the maid that I did bring. And surely he did be told by one near to the gateway that the maid did be dead in mine arms, for he and all the masters did pause and stand silent for me to go by, and did reverse each his discourse, and this to have been an honour shown, than which there did be scarce any greater. And there went a constant murmuring up in the night, which did be the speech of the millions, questioning. And the news that the maid did be dead went upward through the miles. And my spirit to know, as in a dream, of the spiritual noise which did go outward through all space, and did be the grief of the multitudes, as they did hear this thing. Yet truly there did nothing comfort me anywise, neither I proper yet to know the verity of my loss, for I did go stunned. And I came in through the great gateway, and the full watch did stand there silent in their armour, and they made the salute of honour. And I went onward with the dead maid that I did bring out of eternity. And presently they that were around did guide me, with the maid in mine arms, unto the great lift. And I took mine own maid into the great lift, and the masters came with me, and did be in their armour, and none did speak to me. And the Master Monstruican and the Master of the Doctors stood silent to the side of me. And there did be everywhere great multitudes, that I did see vaguely, but my spirit not to wot of them. And lo, I stood very quiet and dumb as we did go upward through the miles, and the millions of the cities stood about the great lift, and there did be a great silence upward and downward through the strange miles, save for the weeping of women in dear sympathy that did sound far and low and constant. And presently I to know that the Master Monstruican and the Master of the Doctors did look one to the other, and I to be aware sudden that I stood in my blood. For I did be wounded in 100 parts, and the blood to go alway from me. Yet did the Master Doctor to be slow to do aught for me, because that he to perceive that I did be slain in the heart, and there to be no pain so dreadful as that he should be like to wake me unto, if that he went hastily. Yet presently there did come whirlings into my head, and some one did surely make to ease mine own maid from mine arms. But I held her, dumbly, and the blood to go the more from me, and they not to know what should be done, and I to look at them. And the dear Master Monstruican did be saying somewhat unto me, that I did have no power to hear, but only to know that his face did be very human. And there went a strange noise all about me, and the Master Monstruicans to seem to hold me up, and to beckon to some that did be to my back. And lo, there came a blackness and the gentleness of arms about mine armour. And I to come presently to quietness and to half dreams, and did alway to seem that I carried mine own maid in mine arms. But truly there did pass 3 great days, whilst that I did be thus. And I all that while to be laid quiet, and to be tended by the Master Doctor, and aided by all knowledge that did be known of humans. And on the 3rd day, as it might be called, I to come full unto my senses, and the pain to take me in the breast, And the master of the doctors did be with me, and they that nursed me, and the master doctor watched me very keen and gentle. And I did be in a bed of the health room of mine own city, and I gat from the bed, and the doctor to say naught, but only to watch me. And I walked to and fro a little, and he alway to watch me, and presently he gave me somewhat to drink, and I drank. And I was gone soon from all knowledge. And I to come again unto a knowing that I yet to live, and there went a certain strength in my body. And lo, the first that I did see was the master of the doctors, and I to perceive in a moment that he had wakened me, and had nursed my strength for that moment, that I live through the burial. For he to be very wise, and to have known from that first seeing of me, that I not to live after that mine own did die. And there was brought to me a loose garment, but I to refuse the garment dumbly, and did look about me very troubled and forgetting. And the master doctor looked alway at me, and lo, in a moment he called one, and gave an order. And there was brought in then my broken armour, and a garment to wear below. And I then to know that I did be content in this matter, and the doctor alway to watch me. And they dressed me in my broken armour. And surely, as they dressed me, my spirit to hear the sorrow and sympathy of the multitudes, and did know that they went downward by millions unto the country of silence. And lo, in that moment when I near to be in mine armour, I to mind sudden again that I never to have waked to discover mine own maid kissing me in my sleep. And the pain gat me in the breast, so that I had surely ended then, but that the master doctor set somewhat to my breath, that eased me, and gave something of dullness unto my senses for a while. And I did be carried then in a sling unto the great lift, and there did be a bed in the lift, and the doctor to have me to lie upon the bed, and I to know that he also to know that I never to need a bed any more, neither should I ever to come upward again in the lift. And truly the mighty pyramid did be an emptiness, for there did seem to be left only the stress masters that did arrange the moving of the millions. And the stress masters did stand about the lift, as we dropped downward through the great miles into the underground fields. And we came downward in the last unto the country of silence, which did lie 100 miles deep in the world, and did be 100 miles every way of silence unto the dead. And they that were with me gat me from the lift, and did mean to carry me in the sling unto the last road. But I stood upon my feet, and made that I should walk, and I held out my hand for the discos, which one did carry. And the master doctor signed that they should obey me, as my spirit to know. And I walked very steadfast down the way that did lead unto the last road, and the master doctor walked behind me a little space off. Give me a sec. Oh yeah. This part fucks me up. And surely there did be all the peoples of the world in that great country, and the peoples did be spread out forever, so far as my seeing did go. And they to have sight of me, and all the ether did be stirred with the humanness of their sorrow and their kind sympathy. And there grew a murmur, which did be like to low rolling thunder, and did be the voices of the peoples. And the rolling of that great hushed sound went to and fro across the mighty country of quiet, and there to be afterward an utter silence. And I saw below me the place of the last rest, where did be the beginning of the last road, and there did lie there a little figure, covered with a white robe, that did glimmer with the beauteous work of women that had stitched love and honor into that last garment. Ah, Jesus, there's so much fucking book left. And surely I to rock upon my feet, and to steady myself with the discos. and the master doctor to be unto my side in a moment, and gave me again something that I breathe in. But indeed, I to refuse, after that I had taken one breath of the drug, for I to be able to bear my pain the little time that I now to have to live, and I to mean that I have no dimness of my senses for those short minutes that I should have yet near unto mine own. And truly the master doctor did not press me anywise, but had a perfect understanding, and went quiet again to the rearward. And I came soon to that place where mine own dead one did lie, and the master Monstruican stood to her feet, and did be clothed in grey armour, and had the discourse reversed, and this to be for an honour unto my dead maid. For what it's worth, when he says mine own dead one and my dead maid, he also gives it proper capitals. And there kneeled two maids in white, one to the right and one to the left of mine own, and they to be for a faithfulness, and did be maids, because that they watched by a maid, and had likewise been matrons, if that the dead had been wife unto any. And the place at the head of the last rest did be empty, and did be for me, and he that stood to the head did be for love, for it did be the chief, and did hold dominion over, and did make to live both faithfulness and honour, and this to be the way of the burial alway. And lo, I took my courage into my heart, and I stood to the head of mine own maid, and I looked down upon the wondrous white glory of the garment, which did be white because that mine own did be a maid, yet did be worked with yellow flowers of weeping, as we did call them, because that she had died in love. And I to know that no hand had touched that wonderful garment, save the hands of maidens. And behold, as I stood there from far away over the land, there did come a far and faint sound, and the sound did come more nigh, so that I knew that afar off, beyond the hills of the babes, the millions did begin to sing the calling song, where million did call hushed unto million, and the sound did come onward toward where we did be, and did go over us, and pass onward in a hushed and wondrous breathing of sound, as that all the love did be ever in this world, did call in a low anguish unto a lost beloved. And the sound to pass away and away over that mighty country in the deep earth, and did hush and hush unto a great and utter silence, save for a faint murmur of countless women weeping, that did be in the air of that land of quiet. Hell with the women, how about the narrator? Jesus. Sorry, I knew this was going to be hard. I give the author so much goddamn grief over his prose, and then he does this shit to me. And there to be in the space of silence, and again the silence to be broken by a far sound, and there to come again from beyond the far hills of the babes a strange and low sound, and did be as of a wind wandering through damp forests. And the sound grew, and came across the hills of the babes, and did be breathed forth by million after million, so that in a little I to hear the song of weeping sung very low and sorrowful by the multitudes. And the song came onward over all that great country, and passed over us, and went onward into the far land beyond the dome, and did be caught by the voices of million that did be hid in great distances, and so to go onward forever, and to die at last unto a mighty silence. And the master Monstruican looked at me from the feet of mine own maid, and I to know that the moment did be come when I to part from the maid Naani forever and forever, even though I to live in some strange future, and to find her soul in some other sweet child. And I stooped and laid the discourse beside mine own maid, there upon the last rest, And the two maids drew back the light wonder of the garment, and showed me the face of mine own, and she to sleep there forever, so sweet and hushed as a child, and as oft I to have seen her to sleep. And I looked a little while, and the pain of mine heart did be sufficient, so that I knew I died as I looked. And once more I looked, and I set my soul about mine own. And I fought with myself, and stood upward, and the maids did cover the face of mine own maid. And the master Monstruican commended Naani unto eternity. And he raised the discos reversed, and lo, the road did begin to move upward unto the dome, and mine own maid did be upon the road, and I to fight that I keep breathing, so that I not to die before she be lost utter to my sight. And there did rise now a sound from all that country that had no order in it, and did be like to a low moaning that did fill all the air of the land, and there to be also a constant sound, as of a little whistling dree wind, that did be in all the country of quiet. And truly this to be more than any singing, for it to be the true weeping of multitudes, that did sorrow from the heart, with the grief of this thing that did be. And I stood utter still, and did draw my breath very even, and looked unto that small form that did be now afar off where it did lie upon the moving roadway. And I gazed, as that my soul and all my being did have no power else, even as a man that dies doth set all his strength to a last movement. And I not to wot that the master Monstruican and the two maids did hold me up, because they to perceive that I did be dying, for I only to see mine own little one lying afar off upon that moving of the last road. And the maid in that moment to come to the place where the road did pass into the strange and luminous vapour of the earth-current, which did lie all about the base of the dome, and the vapour to be only as a faint shining smoke, scarce seen, yet to be enough to give something of uncertainty to the dead, when that they did have passed inward of it. And I stared with all that did be left of my strength, for mine own to be gone utter and for ever in but a little minute. And the uncertainty of the luminous vapour did cling about her, and to make her to seem unreal to my gaze, for the vapour did be in constant movement, and to be a seeming of shifting to and fro of all that did be in it. And behold, as I did stare with my dreadful pain, there did be a sudden a strange hoarse noise from the nearer millions. And lo, in an instant there came a mighty shout out of all that country, and the shout did be made again, and did grow into a mighty hoarse roaring from the millions, so that all that great country did be filled with the monstrous sound. And in verity I to have seen the thing likewise, but to have set it to the madness of the longing of my heart, and to that desperate and dreadful pain which did make me to be crazed and lost from all sane thinking. And the thing that I did see had been that the maid did seem to move there upon the last road, where she did lie. But indeed this to have appeared only to be the last stirring of the luminous vapour of the earth-current, which did seem to make things shift, as I have told. And lo, I now to see truly that the maid did move where she was laid afar off upon the road, and I now to know and to believe that she did indeed live. I can't read, it's gotten dark, I can't see, my eyes are covered in schmutz, and I am ugly crying. Jesus, give me a sec. I knew this would happen, too. I knew it in my gut. I knew it. Ugh. Where were we? Yes, she did indeed and to believe... Yes, okay. And lo, I now to see truly that the maid did move, where she was laid afar off upon the road, and I now to know and to believe that she did indeed live. And my life came into me with a bounding, yet did my heart seem to be a moment stilled in my breast. And the master Monstruican to have signed already that the roadway be stopped and brought backward, but I to be now upon that last road, and did run as a madman, shouting vainly. Oh, God. I lost my place. But I to be now upon the last road, and did run as a madman, shouting vainly upon the name of mine own. And I to learn afterward that there to have been a dreadful peril, that all the near millions to rush toward the last road, and so, mayhap, to have caused the death of many, and to have been like to have crushed mine own. But this danger to have been eased, because that the watchmaster did act very prompt, and set the great regiments of his men to keep back the millions, and did send a signal abroad over all the country, that there to be calmness, for that the maid should be succoured. And alway, whilst this to be, I did run staggering most strangely upward of the last road, and surely that great roof did ring and boom with the constant and mighty shoutings of the millions. And there did run others also along the road to my back, but I to have been the first, and to make a good speed, though I did stagger and rock so strange upon my feet, and the road alway to be moving backward under me, and so I to become wonderful soon unto where the maid did be. And she to be upon her back, and to have pushed the garment from her face, and did be lying with her eyes open, and a look of gentle wonderment upon her dear face. And she then to see me, and her eyes did smile at me, very glad and quiet, for there to be yet an utter weakness upon her. And lo, I came with a falling beside her, and I gat upon my knees and upon my hands, and my heart did shake my lips to dry whisperings. And she to look weak and steadfast unto me, and I to look forever at her, and I did alway try to say things unto her, but my mouth to refuse me. And understanding did come into her as a light, and she to know in that instant that she to be truly come into the mighty pyramid, and I to have gat her there somewise, and she to wake sudden in her body, and set her hands forth all a-trembling from the garment, and in dreadful trouble. And I to see then that the blood did go from me constant, and the maid to have perceived this thing, so that she was waked the more proper in a moment from her death swoon. And surely I did bleed very dreadful, for all my wounds did be opened with my running. And I to have sudden power with my lips, and did say unto her, very simple, that I loved her. And she to be all in an haze from me, and I to know that she to have come likewise unto her knees, and did have my head upon her breast, and there to be an utter shaking of the air with some great sound, and a mighty spiritual stirring of the ether of the world. And there to be then the voice of the master Monstruican very dull in mine ears, and the low voice of the master doctor, but I never to hear what they did be saying, and did know only that mine own maid did live, and I not to mean to die, but to fight unto living. And even whilst that I made this resolving, I was gone into an utter blackness.
Chapter 17. The Love Days. Now
Now, when that I gat back unto life, I to know that I went upward in the lift, and did be upon that same bed, where I to think I never to need a bed any more, neither to come upward again from out of the country of silence. And I to know, vague and strange, that there rose up from out of the mighty depths of the world a deep thunder of the underground organs, and did sound as that they made a strange and utter distant music beyond death, and there to go alway a rolling chaunting, as that multitudes did sing beyond far mountains, and the sound to be somewhiles as a far blowing wind, low in the deep, and again to come clear, and to be that great olden melody of the song of honor. And I knew, as in a dream, that the millions in that deep country made an honor and a rejoicing over this wonder of joy which did become. But yet all to be faint and half hid from me, and mine eyes to be as that they had no power to open, and I to seem to be lifting alway upon strange waters of unrealness. And there to be sweet and lovely odours, and these to be of reality, and to come from the great fields, where the flowers did alway to grow about the passageways of the lifts, for the lift even then to be going upward through the great miles. And mayhap I moved a little, for there came the voice of the... Of course, there's another phone call. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. People moving into the apartment complex and having questions. Where were we? And mayhap I moved a little, for there came the voice of the master doctor, low and gentle to me, and bid me rest, for that all did be well with the maid. And surely afterward I did be gone into an haze, and there to be then a seeming of days in which I have to live and have to sleep, and to wonder without trouble whether I did be dead. And then there to come days when I lay very quiet, and had no thought of aught, and the master doctor oft to bend over me in this hour and that hour, and to look keen into my face. And in the end, after strange spaces, there bent over me another, and there looked down upon me the dear and lovely face of mine own, and the eyes did speak of love into my soul, yet did she be calm and hushed. And I to begin again to live in my body, and I made, mayhap, a little fumbling with my hands, for she to take and hold them,
for she to take and to hold them, and life to come from her to me, and she to be ever wordless and gentle, and contentment to grow in me, and presently a natural slumber. And there came a day when I did be let rise, and that they that tended me carried me to one of the quiet gardens of the pyramid, and they set me there, and did seem to leave me alone. And there came one then around a bush, and looked at me a moment, as with an half shyness, only that the love that did shine in her eyes made the shyness to be a little thing. And truly I knew that that it did be mine own maid, but I never before to have seen Naani dressed pretty as a maid. And I looked to her, and knew that she did be more dainty than ever I to have known. And sudden I made that I rise to come unto her, but she to run quick to me, that she stopped me of this natural foolishness. And she then to sit beside me, and to take my head against her breast, and she not to deny me her lips, but to be both a maid and a mother to me in the same moment. And afterward she had me to be very still, and we to sit there in an utter dumb happiness, until they that did attend me were come again. And the master of the doctors did be with them, and I to see that there went something of satisfaction on his face. And after that day I saw mine own maid every day, and I gat better unto health with a wondrous quickness, for love did mend me. And soon I did be let go downward unto the fields, but yet to go by private ways, because that the multitudes should be like to follow me alway, and I need to be quiet. And the maid to be with me, for the master Monstruican and the master of the doctors did agree upon this matter, and had an officer of marriage to wed us, and we to be married very quiet and simple, for I yet to be over weak for the public marriage. For the public marriage, that's a proper name with a capital P and a capital M. For I yet to be over weak for the public marriage, which we to have later, when, truly, the millions made us a guard of honor 8 miles high, from the top unto the bottom of the mighty pyramid. But this to have been later, as I do tell, and did be a ceremonial of the peoples, because that they not to be denied that they give me an honor. And surely the maid to be with me alway, and did be now my wife, and my strength to come alway upon me, and mine own to grow again unto a perfect health. And in verity we did be now in the love days, which do be the most beauteous, if that the love be to be true. And we did wander through the mighty fields at our will, and walked in the love paths of the fields, which did be alway anear to those places where did be the villages. And I to hide our name, lest we to be beset by any out of natural curiousness and kindliness, for we to need to be utter together and quiet. And we to choose those places for our slumber where beauty of flowers did be most wondrous, and we to carry somewhat of food with us, but also to eat when we came unto the villages which did be here and there in the fields, which were truly so huge as countries. And mine own did make good her promise 100 times, as you shall say, and did prepare me a great and hearty meal, and did tease me utter that I did be a glutton, as I did eat, and kissed me, lest that I have ever a chance to say aught in mine own defence. And truly she did be all that my heart and my spirit did desire, and she to have companioned me with love, and to have entered my spirit into joy. And once we to go downward unto the country of silence, but not to stay very long at that time, because that my memory did return upon me. Yet in the aftertime we to wander there oft with memory, and holiness of great thinkings, and with love which doth hold all. And as we to leave that country, I to tell mine own that when she had been suspend of her life by the horrid force of the house, I to have minded me with a dreadful pain that I never to have waked to discover her kissing me when that I did sleep.
And surely mine own dear one did blush most lovely, and had never known that I did be aware of her sweet naughtiness, and she then to have all thought for mine agony, when that she did be dead, ere to the vapour of life and the earth force did set her spirit free of the silence. Ere the vapour of life of the earth force did set her spirit free of the silence. And she to come unto me in dear understanding. And then to tell me, and she then to tell me that the doctors to say that she had been, as it were, stunned and froze of the spirit, and all her being and life suspend, and the great life force of the earth current to have waked her spirit, and her body then to live, and her blood to flow proper again. And the doctors had talked much and searched much of late in the olden records of their work, and they to have found somewhat of one such happening in the olden time, but truly not such to have been ever through a mighty age of years. And whilst that we to wander and to rest in the fields, I oft to tell mine own of this matter or that matter, and I to know that she had learned somewhat of odd things, ere I did be come to health, but not overmuch, for she also to have been utter alack, as you shall think, and to have come from her bed, when that I did lie so still, for the master doctor to have ordained this, because he to fear that I to be truly... because he to fear that I to be going truly to die, if that he not to do somewhat to awaken my spirit. And in verity you shall think upon the deepness of my love, as I to know that she did have held my hand so brave and gentle, whilst that she to have scarce power to her feet. And I to say a little holy praise of mine own. And so do I come to mine ending, and have but one more thing that I tell. And this to happen a while later, after that mine own and I had gone through the second marriage, which did be the public marriage. For it did be that one day my wife, that did be mine own, did take me with a sweet cunning into the hall of honour. And surely, when I was come there, I to see that many of the peoples did be in that great hall, and did stand about in silence, yet as that they had no meaning to do aught, but yet to be that they did wait upon somewhat. And my wife did go forward with me unto the centre place of the hall, and sudden I saw why that she did bring me so cunning sweet, for there did stand in the midst of the hall of honour, in the place of honour, a statue of a man in broken armour, that did carry a maid forever. And I did be dumb, and how of this age shall you know the honour that this to mean in that? For it did be an honour that was given only to the great dead, and I to be but a young man, and did be so utter far off from greatness, save that I to love with all my heart and with all my spirit, and therefore death to be but a little thing before love. And you to know how love doth make sweet and brave the heart, and to have understanding with me in my humbleness and my wonder and my natural pride that there did any so think to honour me. And mine own did be weeping with joy and honest pride of her man beside me. And there to be an utter silence of dear sympathy in all the great hall of honour, and they that did be there to let me go in quietness with mine own, which did be a lovely thing of understanding. And I to go loving and thoughtful with mine own wife, and she to be very nigh to me. And I to have gained honour, yet to have learned that honour doth be but as the ash of life, if that you not to have love. And I to have love. And to have love is to have all, for that which doth be truly love, in all caps, doth mother honour and faithfulness, and they three to build the house of joy. And that was The Nightland by William Hope Hodgson. So, the greatest cosmic horror love story ever told. He played his cards dead on. At least he plucked my heartstrings.
Their love is so adorable and corny that when it is very clear that it's all been for fucking nothing, oh, it's just like, son of a bitch, dude. It gets me. And then, of course, when it turns out that it's just a big friggin' fake out. Kind of. I mean, she's brought back with the power of the earth current and, I guess, love, but still. Oh, that just... the first time I was reading it, I was getting really choked up. And then I'm like, this is going to be a problem. This is really going to be an issue, isn't it? When I'm reading it aloud. And lo, for it was. As you shall think. As you shall mind, rather. Anyway, that was The Nightland. Thank you to whoever suggested I read it. I appreciate you. I assume it was you, Frank Misers. Thanks. Thanks for that, for this emotional trauma that I have received. And now inflicted on you all, having to hear a large man weep. Again, for like the third or fourth time. It won't be the last. There'll be more. Anyway, this one ran super, super long. So I've got to go. Next week looks mostly clear. I should definitely have Monday and Wednesday. Friday is still up in the air. After next week, my personal schedule goes straight to hell in a handbasket. I'll know more after that. I'll know more closer in, and I'll try and make that a clear and present announcement in the Discord. Yeah. So that's The Nightland. It's a good one. I wish it wasn't written with the most insufferable prose ever, but that's literally the only bad thing I have to say about it. Also, he'll go on like some really, really lengthy asides that wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the prose being like, okay, you're obscuring meaning in a big way, and it's been like 4 pages, and I now can't remember where we were. And that happens a couple times throughout the book. But other than that, I mean, the setting, brilliant beyond belief. The love story, corny, exceedingly charming, and plucks the heartstrings flawlessly. It's a good one. It's a really good one. Yeah, with that, I gotta run. Stay safe, stay sane, be decent to each other. It's dark out now. Obviously, depending on where you are. If you live up in Alaska, it's been dark, I think. Yes, it's this half of the year. If you're in Australia, not so much. Anyway, with that, I'm gonna run. See you all later.